what and when to bring in any of the speakers that we're all talking about. So the onus is on all of us. Spread the news. Just make sure that you realize that the platform is everybody's platform.
Yeah, thank you for that, Prof. Thank you for that. Yes, this platform is open to all Southern Cameroonians. The Secretariat just does a kind of it's just a watchdog to make sure that the town hall is respecting and sticking to its principles. It's not they're not the owners of it. It's just that somebody has to organize these things and put it together and make sure that its purpose is not diluted or watered down. Which is the wish of many of the detractors who don't want to see anything where Southern Cameroonians can come together, where we can speak the truth, where we can debunk the lies and the manipulations, where we can empower the people and give them hope. So thank you, Dr. Edmond. Yes. Anybody who has any ideas, any guests feel or know who want to share a position with our people, they are always welcome. It doesn't matter what the position is, as long as they are willing to come and answer questions. Right? If they come with a position, we should not deceive ourselves that there would not be questions or pushbacks or disagreements, but we can be civil and respectful about it. It doesn't have to be hostility and animus all the time amongst us. So yes, as we approach the top of the hour, to welcome our guest speaker for today, Justin Sikot. I will just quickly go over the house rules. Unless Secretary, do you have the house rules on? If not, I will just quickly read what I have before me. Okay, let me just read the town hall meeting rules. The rules set for this town hall meeting are hereby specified. The guest speaker will be allotted time for his opening statements and his talk. Please take note so that you can easily identify the point you would like to talk on. All questions shall, as a matter of principle, be addressed to the moderator. State your name in full before asking your questions. Participants have to be polite and respectful and avoid foul language. In fact, they must be self-mutual respect. It is a distinct quality of the Southern Cameroons and the parliamentary system. After the speakers are through, the moderator will take a number of questions in a specific order. Participants are required to put up their hand and put it down after they have asked.
I apologize,
we can't hear you.
I think you are still muted.
Oh, man. Did you do something?
What happens when the waiting room, two people go to release the waiting room at the same time? I apologize.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me go back. Thank you, Raisa, for pointing out. Participants have to be polite and respectful and avoid foul language. In fact, they must be self-mutual respect. It is a distinct quality of Southern Cameroons and the parliamentary system. After the speakers are through, the moderator will take a number of questions in a specific order. Participants are required to put up their hands and put it down after they have asked their questions. To enable others have a chance, ask only one question. All microphones shall remain muted when the speaker is on the floor. If someone has asked the question you had in mind, please be courteous enough to yield the chance to someone else. That will save us time. Each speaker has only 1 minute to ask a question. That means questions must be direct and straight to the point. Each guest speaker has 4 minutes to answer a cluster of questions. If there is still time left, more questions shall be taken. Answers should be equally short and straight to the point. At the end of the meeting, there will be room for people to make observations if there is time. No bullying, no insults. Anyone using the chat rooms abusively will be kicked out. Thank you. So it's now 1 minute past 12. our special guest for today, who would be who would lead the first part of our discussions, is Mr. Judson Sikot. I don't know if Mr. Judson Sikot needs more introduction in our community. He has been very, very active in this struggle. He has been very, very vocal in our struggle. He has been on many fronts in this struggle, both behind and in front of the scenes, the backs behind the scenes and in front. He has been very, very consistent in his position about transparency, accountability, and he has been honorable in terms of taking responsibility for whatever engagements he had and what his intentions were. And when those intentions or engagements have not yielded fruits that have moved our struggle forward, Mr. Sikot Johnson, we all know, has been man enough to rebuke what went awry about the effort which he was engaged in. We are happy that Mr. Sikot accepted at very short notice an invitation to come to town hall. That came off a lot of the. The invitation was informed by very important issues he had raised in an audio, and we felt it was necessary at this time for him to come and talk to the people of Southern Cameroons, take questions, share comments, and if anybody has anything contrary to what Mr. Sikot said or is going to say, this is your chance to bring it up, not in a confrontational, argumentative way, but just for the people of Southern Cameroons to be informed and educated of what facts are. So, Mr. Sikot, we thank you very much, and we welcome you today to the town hall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much, dear Southern Cameroonians. It is a special honor. It is a privilege for me to be invited to such an organization. In fact, when I go through the list of people that have been invited before to speak on this forum, I still wonder why someone like me would be invited. And so I sometimes also think that it is true that when our elders usually say that when you wash your hands clean, you will eat with elders. My special respect to you, Mr. Moderator, a special respect to this honorable gathering, and to all your contributions you have made in this struggle. In the WhatsApp message that is shared about, or the link that is shared, this is the 35th edition of the Southern Cameroon International Town Hall, and its focus is on the state of the liberation struggle, and the question why the international community is not treating the war in Southern Cameroons as an emergency. Now, I will not take this section of my talk to base on my personal contributions to the struggle, but I want to look at the struggle in general. What perspective do I have about this struggle, the way forward, and also try an effort to paint a good picture of what I think we can do to move forward. Then in the next segment where questions are asked, I can now answer particular questions. Thank you. If this is the time, then I can go into my particular.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Sikot. The time is all yours. Take as much time as you like.
Okay. Thank you very much. Though the time was, as you said before, it was at short notice, but we are all in the war, and at any time that a comrade comes knocking, I have no hesitation to come forth and answer questions and at least make some proposals. And I wish my voice can also be heard within the powers or corridors of power in the Amazonian struggle. Why not even international? Why can they not answer to our call, the courtesy call, to come and intervene in this struggle? The war in Southern Cameroon had been in its 4th year, and we know that over 400 villages have been burned. It is no secret again that over 18,000 people have been killed. Despite that, the world is playing around the figures of this war. And we know that La Republique also is doing all its best to cover up all the crimes they have perpetrated in the Amazonian quest for independence. Most of the women, the young girls have all moved out, young boys have moved out, and many women have been turned into widows over the years. And a lot of our brothers and sisters have been turned as refugees in Nigeria, and even internally displaced in neighboring countries like La Republique du Cameroon, and why not into the bushes. It is not secret anymore. But I think it is important that I start with that picture. Now, when the war started, we were less experienced. We had no experience about war. We were not prepared at all. We didn't know we will even get to this point. But one thing has kept us, the will to live free or die fighting. But if you have noticed, we have improved a lot. We have changed from the den guns we used. There was a time we used to launch programs or schemes to add AKs on ground zero, Mark 4s, and so on. Today, it is no longer an issue. Most of the boys are having AKs, Mark 4s, FALs, machine guns, and why not talk about the locally made materials that the guys have fabricated by themselves, like the Le Français, and so on. Well, today, we have grown as people who increase daily, who improve upon their know-how within the span of the war. We have been building upon our experience. In fact, our CV is becoming rich. Today, I am happy because the little efforts we made in the past have begun to pay off heavily. Now, why am I so interested in the use of IEDs, these popcorns that we usually call? I am particularly interested because when I started, I can vehemently say that I am the father of popcorns in Amazonia. When I was researching on this and calling for people, leaders, and knocking one movement to the other, asking them to put money on this thing, nobody was seeing the importance of it. Very few. But I was glad that other counties began to take it. Other localities began to come upon it. And today, wherever I could never reach, we are there. We had grown from the normal big batteries that we used to use during the beginning period. Today we are now using phones, mobile phones, and we have improved from using mobile phones to detonate these things to remote control devices. In fact, the enemy is frightened within itself because in the training of La Republique du Cameroon, none of their military academics are specialized in the technologies of IEDs. In fact, all over the whole Cameroon, there are not up to 100 specialists that are specialized in detonating popcorns. And so this thing is a big hindrance to them. And within their cycles, they are looking for ways to solve this issue. It is a major hindrance to them. Now, it is not only in that sphere. We have many other successes. For example, in the political sphere, as well as in the international community. But first, let me say some level of successes that happened only within the last 2 weeks. We know of the bombings that occurred in the LTA a little bit 2 months ago. The 2 attacks that have happened in Bali within the last 2 months. The comeback of Sokadef, and in fact, as we are talking now, Sokadef is almost taking control of the whole of the stretch of the road between Kumba and Manfi. But if this is very delicate to say, I will leave it at that point. But in fact, I'm happy that they are coming back. And we are also happy to see the images that came out of Libialem, Bui, Ngoketunja, and the heavy harvest from Ngoketunja, the Bafut serious assault on La Republic, and the sporadic urban warfare that is launched by the Qui Force of Manco. This one, I give them a special salute. And these, I must insist, are personal initiatives of people that work at the background to make things happen. Now, when we started the struggle, we all went around the world. We protested, we went to embassies, French embassies, Russian embassies, American embassies, and none of them looked at us as anything. They didn't want to talk. Letters have been served by all frontline movements and individuals within the struggle that are versed with the international community. But as you all know it, there is an international conspiracy against the people of Amazonia. But one thing had stood clear: the resolve of the people in ground zero have kept on steadily. The resolve and the technological advancements have been in a stepwise increase. This is why today you can hear that their language have changed. The language have changed because of the resolve on ground zero, because of the successes within the defense sector. The language have changed from dialogue, internal affairs. The issue is an international internal affair. Today we hear now of international mediation, negotiations. We now hear that La Republic is asked to involve all parties to of agitation. We know that they are now asking that the root causes of this struggle must be looked upon. All is because of the hard work that all of you had put in. I want to give special credit to the international, the Southern Cameroon International Town Hall for their great job behind the scenes and in front of the cameras. I want to also give a special appreciation to the Coalition for Negotiation and Dialogue. I believe that they are doing a lot of work, and these are a group of experts in the international diplomacy. They are engaged in cleansing the damage or doing the damage control that emanates from the bad work from some of the leaders in this struggle. I will be coming to that. I am happy that these people, most of them in the Coalition for Negotiation and Dialogue and the leadership of this Southern Cameroon International Town Hall, are not interested in power or taking credit for things that are done. This is why I am motivated to say that most of the job that is done, that you see physically, the countries that you see coming out to talk, the diplomats that come to say something out here, all the successes that occur on ground zero are not due to the people that talk out here on social media, that make a lot of noise on social media, but because of efforts behind the scene. My appeal at this point is to the Southern Cameroon International Town Hall and to all those involved in the Coalition for Negotiation and Dialogue, that they should not only negotiate or beckon or cleanse the image of the reputation of this revolution, but also to look for credible partners or credible negotiators or mediators for this crisis that will go a long way to deviate the attention of Southern Cameroonians that are distracted by the so-called Swiss initiative. Southern Cameroonians, whether it is a good and credible initiative, I'm talking about the Swiss, but whatever the case, 2 years along the line, this initiative has proven to bring no fruits to this revolution. So we need to look to another angle, or better still, make it more credible. But at this point, despite all our weaknesses or strengths, I want to vehemently say something. The independence of Southern Cameroons, Ambazonia, is irrevocable. The independence of Southern Cameroon is irreversible. Now, I want to repeat it. To those who believe, like I do, join me to repeat the statement that the independence of Southern Cameroon is irrevocable and irreversible. This would go a long way to build your hope. Because as for me, my hope remains high. I'm not one of those that will chicken out. I'm not one of those that will fall through the eyes of the sieve. Because the temptations that have happened within the last years, the infighting, have only helped to filter those who could not bear the heat. Nothing good comes easy. And so the independence of Southern Cameroons will not also come easy, but it is sure to come. Ambazonia has truly cut off from La Republic, and it's in a free fall. Can we be able to put our hands together and catch it as an apple that is falling from the tree? I urge the Southern Cameroon International Council and all other frontline movements, of especially Southern Cameroonians of goodwill, that are not interested in personal aggrandizement or personal gains, to begin to prepare and pave the way for the transitional government of Ambazonia. For today, I assure you, the independence will come. However, we have faced a lot of hindrances. These hindrances are much more internal than even external. But the government of La Republique du Cameroon had played its part to infiltrate the movements that are involved in the quest of independence. We know that most of the frontline movements, especially the PIGs, have been greatly infiltrated. When a group is infiltrated, be it a defense group on ground zero or a frontline movement, there are things that are bound to occur. There will be lots of leakages. No true information will be concealed. No victory will emanate from any of the houses that have been greatly infiltrated, because all your plannings will be leaked outside. Well, most of us can, at this point, indicate which movement had been strongly infiltrated. The signs are clear. But I will pray that none of the movements is destroyed, because we need all of them to be strong, for we count upon the contributions of any of the movements for the liberation of Southern Cameroon. But let us look at the indices, or those things that show that this movement is failing. Then we can be able to advise them. Or if their leaders are listening to me, go and research yourself. High rates of infiltration is an indication of a movement that is failing. There will be no secrecy. When there is no secrecy in any movement, it is an indication of a failing movement. disrespect of hierarchy, and in fact, there would be no loyalty. In a true loyal movement, their leader is the boss, and hierarchy is respected. This is not followed in some of the organizations we face. These are some of the internal weaknesses that we experience. Another major weakness we have had, and that hinders our movement from going nearer our independence faster, is the financial misappropriation. Why am I saying all these indices? Because these are the things that delay us. Remember, I have said the independence of Southern Cameroon is irrevocable, and it is non-deniable. It cannot be revoked. It cannot be reversed. Now, what only happens is that it can be delayed, and these delays is because of these frontline movements that are infiltrated, or those that have become so polarized and have now missed the target or missed their goals. Instead of fighting for the independence of Southern Cameroon, they are now focused on governance, control, and in fact, they are interested in becoming the only dominant or the only prevalent movement in the struggle. When you see a movement that thinks that it is only our movement, I am the leader of this revolution, I am in this position and it can only be me, then that is the indication of a failing movement, and that failing movement is what causes the delay of attaining our independence. In fact, La République du Cameroon has more than 30 ministries. They have provincial delegates, they have teachers, they have government delegates, they have mayors, they have people from one place to the other, which all of them are all determined to see that Ambazonia fails. What now is your intention of causing other movements to fail and for you to exist alone? These are the things that cause us to remain on the ground, because you weaken, you sabotage, and you take away the voices of the people that could join voices with you to fight the struggle for the independence of Southern Cameroon. Therefore, poor leadership of most of the frontline movements are a major setback to our independence. Many leaders are still weak at this point, unrealistic, and self-centered. Now, let me remark at this point that internal conflicts destroys an institution or a cause much more easily than external conflicts. In fact, external conflicts or external influences only feed your own external forces, like your enemy. In our case, La République du Cameroon is powerless unless it feeds on the internal weaknesses and leakages that occur within our struggle. If you want to succeed fast, then deprive the enemy of information and your regular fights. In fact, when you come to a home and you listen for 5 minutes during a family discussion, you would easily know who you can contact that would be able to work for you to destroy that family. So, all the social media noise and the things we send out surrogates to say are the things that expose us to La République du Cameroon and the international community. In fact, when the internal weaknesses within the struggle increase, then it decreases the gains that are visible for us, or the gains that will push us closer to our independence. These weaknesses are also the things that make the international community unable to intervene as fast as possible. Now, there are costs of internal conflicts. There are direct costs that are exhibited, and most of them are seen externally. We can see them. There are two costs that I will mention here that are very prevalent, that you can see in our revolution. The cost, because of our weaknesses, the cost to life have increased. Why? Most of our able fighters have been killed, not only by the enemy, but because of our internal fights, our internal wranglings. Most of our villages and towns are deserted because the enemy has burnt it without any intervention of the restoration forces, because we have weakened the restoration forces because of our internal fights. Now, the cost to lives, property, financial costs, like my trip to Boya, power chair, bonds, drafts, and so on, all these things were not well managed, increased the cost, because when the boys are not given the adequate materials, then they begin to fall out of the struggle, join the DDR center, or join the enemy. Now, another major cost is the time lost to reach the destination. When we begin to increase the cost of these internal conflicts, when we increase our fighting amongst ourselves, what happens is that we delay our independence. The time we will take to reach Boya will really, really increase. Some of us here are Bible scholars, some are Christians, some are Muslims, but at least we know that the Israelites were to use just 40 days from Egypt to Israel, to the promised land, but they used 40 years because of disobedience and because of the change of focus. In our case, we have changed focus from fighting for liberation to fighting for governance. Now, these costs also translate to the international community. As I said, it scares the international community. They also use our conflicts to justify their disapproval of our independence. In fact, they use our own weaknesses, our fights, to justify the reasons why they don't want to let us go. In fact, they have teamed up with our oppressor by signing deals, oil deals, and all types of deals to harvest the same materials that we have, like oil, like other natural resources, and the money is used to kill us. Yet, we do not target them, but we target ourselves. These things they use as the pretext. They also use our case to substantiate the fact that if we let these people go, or we begin to listen to them and talk with them, especially physically when others know, then it will give rise to another Southern Sudan, or it will encourage the Biafrans to come out and seek for independence. I pray that most of us here, or those that will listen to me, will, at least after this, dedicate their efforts to working behind the scenes, repairing what cannot be done by the movements that are bringing the trouble in the revolution. But at least we should also pinpoint the real cankerworms of Amazonia. And if the moderator will permit me, if we call it straight as it is, then I would say that there are two movements in Amazonia that are behaving just the same like SDF and CPDM within their group days. CPDM and if something comes from this movement, it must be bad to the other movements. And it is propaganda, sabotage, or surrogacy that is the order of the day. Now, some also claim that they have stayed in a revolution for a very long time and they have all the experience that it takes. Others also think that they have the biggest movement in the revolution, and so every other movement can only come to them, but they cannot go out and build a new movement that all of them can belong to. Now, at this point, I want to say that it is too bad to stay in a position without any progress. It is very bad to be in a position for a very long time, and there are no successes that have been recorded that can be attributed to your own effort. It is an illness that you continue to follow a leader that had been existing for 1, 2, 3 years, and you cannot find any record of successes that are directly linked to an initiative of that leader or that movement. Now, I want us to look at some of the movements that really bring problems in this revolution. And in the last 1 year, give me a battle, show me a battle that is directly linked to them. Then I will tell you that I will give them a chance to follow them. Show me just one. But we can explain to you a lot of the failures they have had. The quarrels, the killing of one another, and the sponsor of one group to rise against the others. When we go to successes like the Sonara that went down, none of these movements can claim that they did that. When we go to Matasem, what happened there was an initiative of Southern Cameroonians that have discovered the weaknesses that exist in the major frontline movements and have decided to go at the background and do a lot of work. Now, some of those people are still in the diaspora that work behind the scenes with some major fighters on ground zero. And some of them have nobody in the diaspora involved in motivating them or training them. And that is how they have a lot of their successes. The Bali attack was not coordinated from the diaspora or by those movements that caused problems. The Bafut incidents, the Bui incidents, the Gokitunja harvest, and most of the major gains that we have had. Rather, we have declared lockdowns, ghost towns, and have inflicted more pains than we should. If you ask the boys on the ground that are really involved in this trouble, they will tell you that Monday ghost town is enough for them. In fact, they have gained a lot of experience in urban warfare that they do not need a lockdown. In fact, lockdown causes hindrance for them to take advantage of the enemy. Lockdown should be something that should be discouraged. Let the actions on ground zero bring an automatic lockdown. Let the actions which will bring a surprise to the enemy be what will bring us successes. The Bui incident, Bafut, Goketunja, Bali, Libialem, all those bombardments were surprises to the enemy. But there is no success that had ever been registered in this revolution during a lockdown date. Tell me any time we have instituted a lockdown out of our normal Monday lockdown that had brought a success. In fact, our boys cannot maneuver the city. Because in guerrilla warfare, the population is the shield. When you remove the shield, then you are helping the enemy against us. On the other hand, a good leader is a leader that is able to resolve the conflicts that have existed or that exist within its organization. My dear comrades, which conflict had ever risen in this revolution that had been successfully resolved? The two major movements we have had in this revolution had fought in Atibo, my own local town, for 3 years, killing themselves. So, these people have always, the movements that are belonging to those who bring more problems have rather decreased in the success they have had. Go to Atibo, for example. We were seeing a very buoyant city. We were seeing Momo was one of the top movements, or those that were registering a lot of successes. But because of the advice from diaspora and this movement, these successes have all fallen in the last 1 year or so. So we need to go further and change these dynamics. We need to know how to manage our conflicts. Because if you look at the case of Amigo and Aruke, if these leaders had the will, we would not have reached the point where one of the generals had to die. If these leaders could speak to themselves, we would not have had the problem we had in Bui, where we had more than 23 boys were killed. Imagine that General Trouble was alive. Will we not have counted a number of successes that are registered by General Trouble? So, my dear brothers and sisters, in as much as we try to belong to one movement or the other, let us also try to talk to one another, talk to the frontline leaders, tell them to leave their ego and come together to work for the betterment of this struggle. Some had been demotivated in the past, but I'm happy today that forces like Sokadef are coming back. You have seen the successes they have registered in Ekilewindi. You have seen the way they have chased the enemy and destroyed their camps. I want to also give a special salute to the movement that belongs, the IG of Siseko. Why do I point a particular one out? It is because of the job that they have done in sponsoring the research on these IEDs. These remote controls they have sent out without distinction of the forces have gone a long way to give us the successes we are seeing today. If you are to send something to a fighter, the lesson I've learned is that don't mind whether it is from IG, it is from ADF, it is from Sokadef, or so on and so forth. In fact, when you are more determined for your liberation, people will not see you online talking more. We will see more efforts on the ground, and we will see the results like we have seen last week. If you are more determined in governance, we will see you with surrogacy much more than working. So, I want to go to, before I give my recommendations, let me say this last observation I found on the ground. We have seen the good successes last week, but there are many more movements, or there are many more forces that have not done anything in the last 1 year or so. And this is because of the leadership have not taken training and intelligence gathering as an important component. When I spoke to about 9 LGAs. Those LGAs, in each of those LGAs, I spoke to at least 5 commanders in each of those LGAs. The questions I asked were these: when is the last time you went in for training in a bush or somewhere where the fighters are trained how to aim? The questions were not answered satisfactorily. I went further to ask about the location. I will ask how many military camps are in your local area. Let me call it as an LGA. Some will tell me here there are 5 military barracks. The B, the gendarmes, this and that. I will ask them, where is the duo living? And they will tell me the location. And most of the duos live within the city, and they are often a street leading to the duo's house. And now I will ask that, how many military men live or protect the duo anytime the duo is at home? Because we don't know. How many are stationed along the road leading into the duo's house? We don't know. The duo's office, how many military men are always guarding that environment? We don't know. At the gendarme station, how many of them, how many gendarmes are there? We don't know. In this barrack, how many military men are there? We don't know. Now, what comes to my mind is, if you don't know, it means you only wait to defend yourself when they come. Which means they have not been taught about intelligence gathering. They have not been taught how to work or how to infiltrate the ranks of La Republic to gather information. I'm not saying it's all the movement, but I'm saying here to also encourage some of those who have defense groups to go into these forums and try to improve on this. I know this is not the forum for defense, and that is why I will end here. So, but I wish that they should go further, at least train these guys. Only training will save their lives more. If you want to save these boys and their lives, give them the adequate training. Please, let us look at the way forward. We need an alternative platform that will be a platform that people will freely come together with as equals. That is my first recommendation. People usually think, some are disgruntled, for example, with one movement or the other, and to call names. But this is the devil they know. This is another demon. How do you leave this to join this one? So, if there is nothing that you can do, so I think that all other movements need to come together, build an alternative platform, and that is the way we can easily cooperate as equals, and we build from there. Let us also go to the second recommendation I want to say is that before we get to that platform, let us have a platform for all former military. In fact, I call it a coalition of all former service men or women. In fact, not only the servicemen that are former, but even those that are currently serving. That is all the military men that have left La Republic to Cameroon. There are many of them in Greece, Turkey, Japan, and many other areas. Bring all of them with a military background together in one forum. Bring all the police, the gendarmes on retirement, bring them into that forum. Bring all the servicemen that are in the US military into one forum and let them discuss, because they will speak in a language that others will understand. if I stand here today to talk and I give my military strategy, and another military man will listen to me and will shake his head. But if they are together, they will come out with meaningful resolutions. Some can even decide to work together, build a movement, and engage into training, and even go and find some that will go down there and train our boys. So I recommend that all servicemen that have served in the military to come together. This Southern Cameroon International Council can also help to bring them together. The third thing is that amongst all the people, amongst all the frontline movements, are a group of persons I respect so much. Amongst all the leaders in this struggle are a group of persons I respect so much. Those who had left ground zero and traveled to the diaspora or escaped to the diaspora because they want to concentrate to serve the Southern Cameroonians people. I mean those that have sacrificed the huge salaries they had in La Republique to Cameroon and decided to join the struggle. I'm thinking of the Honorable Wibas, I'm thinking of the John Barcoros, I'm thinking of the Dr. Fontaines, I'm thinking of Ashu Kingsley, Barrister Bob Gas, Barrister Andam, and all others that I could not mention. Bring all of them into one forum, one group, because they know what they have lost. And in fact, they also know what they want. And they know that all their life is dependent on working for a free Southern Cameroon. Number two is that most of them have much more respect in the international community than most of the other leaders that have no profile before the struggle to show up, to show off. So I believe that if they come together in one group, it is easier for them to work with groups that exist like this Southern Cameroon International Hall, the Coalition for Negotiation and Dialogue, and build a platform where all other frontline movements can be brought to the table and they discuss us all as brothers and sisters for one goal. That is one. I also want to go back to a leader in the revolution, one of the leaders, like the movement led by Siseko Ayok Tabe. In fact, when Southern Cameroonians once came together and formed what they called SCACUF, with the weaknesses it ever had, we believe that a collaborative platform like SCACUF would have been the best. Now it was moved into a government. Many of us have spoken about the repercussions of a government, but yet some still think that the SCACUF could have been the best. So a platform like that, or an initiative by Mr. Seko Ayuktabe, could also be taken and said, let us forget about this IG thing. Let all of us that formed the SCACUF movement, along with the new movements that have come, like the Southern Cameroon International Town Hall Coalition and SCUF and all other movements, can we now come again and expand SCACUF and start once again? That would be that platform. Now, it would be a leader living from a high horse to a low horse, and it doesn't make him lose any power. It rather gives him more gain. Finally, many leaders have come and many have gone, and many will go. But I believe that all leaders have made mistakes. All leaders have made mistakes. We need to tolerate one another because we came into the struggle without any prior experience. And we will only fight this revolution only once. There will be no time for receipt. This is our receipt. So, people had made mistakes. People had not given enough accountability, and we have tolerated them. So people that have left and that were very important partners like Milan Atam should also be called to the table with all other leaders so that we talk like brothers that have erred at one point or the other and now try to look at the revolution in general. And this will fasten or facilitate the process of our independence. And I think the international community would look at us as people who understand what they want much more than what we had in the past. If they have to take us serious, let us also show them that we are serious. We can govern ourselves, we can resolve our problems, and we can be focused on the goal and not on our brothers. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Sorry, Mr. Sikot. Thank you. I was trying to unmute myself there. Thank you for your very thoughtful expose today to Southern Cameroonians. Thank you for being bold and honest in accepting. The first thing I believe we have to do is we have to accept our mistakes, and we have to acknowledge them. And we have to talk about them before we will be able to move forward. The idea of only talking collaboration and saying we can fix behind the scenes. We have been doing it for 4 years. It has not worked. We have gone to the public and preached collaboration and tried to fix things behind the scenes. Numerous behind the scenes meetings, as you know, have been held amongst the leaders, and it has not worked. So I thank you for bringing the dirt to the public, and hopefully this time the public will be engaged in trying to build a collaborative front. And most importantly, I made notes on what you were saying. I thank you for not only talking about problems, but for making recommendations. That our people would listen and take those recommendations is another story in itself. But that you did not only complain or talk about problems, but propose solutions, which is what we need. It's very commendable. And at this short notice, I thank you again for putting the liberation of our homeland top priority in your every breath, which is why you took the time at short notice to come and talk to us. You are no less than any other guest who has been here. Every life in God's eyes is equal, and so don't be too deprecating of yourself. You deserve all the attention of the Southern Cameroonians. So we thank you for being here. So with that said, I will open the floor now for us to have the Q&A session where we can ask questions, we can have exchanges. Traditionally, what we have done at the town hall, we take questions in groups of five. So that we can save time instead of answering every single question. And then you can just answer them very briefly and to the point, so that we can take more questions. After the questions now, the third part will be discussions where you will give their comments. People may make recommendations to you, or based on what people say, you could also want to make recommendations. So if anybody has any question they want to ask Mr. Sikot, please let us first deal with questions before we come into comments, so that things are orderly and one person is not taking too much time to give their own opinions. So let us take questions. If anybody has questions they want to ask Mr. Sikot, a lot of you may have heard about from Mr. Sikot, but have never had a chance to interact with him. So this is your opportunity. We will take questions. I see one hand is up from South Cabal. South Cabal, go ahead. If no other hands come up in the meantime, Mr. Sikot will then answer your question. Go ahead, South Cabal, unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. There was something
Speak South Cabal, sorry, speak louder. And Mr. Sikot, just take the question if you want to write it down. Because of other hands are up. We'll take them in the cluster.
Yeah, there was something Mr. Sikot did not talk about during this. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please speak forth.
Yeah, Mr. Sikot, good evening and thanks for your presentation. I think for me, everything was good. There was something when you talk about the leadership. I think there was a pronouncement you made from years, I think last year, about Madam Irene Goa, who said you guys should team up in sabotaging the leadership in jail so that they could be sent into solidity confinement. And you were with.
It looks like South Cabal has problems with his network. So while he tries to set himself up, let's take Roger's iPhone. Go ahead with your question. We're just taking questions for now.
Yeah, Mr. Sikot, I'm very happy the way you have spoken. I can see that you have the interest of Southern Cameroons at heart. And there is one question that I really want to ask you. I'm a son of Momo. I want to ask you a simple question. Why is it that the problems we are having in Momo, the very same leadership in Momo is the one that is creating those problems? Because I remember the LGAs in Momo, if you are not affiliated to the SACO group, they don't listen to anything that you say. My question to you is, I have heard everything you have said, it's so good. But if in case we don't give a room for everybody to be able to put in whatever expertise they have, and then when you try to put those expertise, and then if in case they say that you are either affiliated to Sisiko or you are affiliated to AGOV-C, they kick you out of the group. How do you guys expect that movement to move forward if you are not willing to listen to the muscles of the people? Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. So let's take me, and then we have Powerful hand up for questions. Me, go ahead. The floor is yours. Unmute yourself.
All right. Thank you, Comrade Ato Moderator. Thank you, Comrade Sikot, for taking this opportunity. I think my question would be, we need to start from ourselves in areas where we have fallen short. I believe we need to put our hands up and say, you know what, I thought this thing was a good idea, but it turned out flat, or it turned out as a mistake. So I apologize to the Amazonia people for that, and let's try and move forward. My question to you is that you've come up with some suggestion, but I would like you to, my question is this: do you think that most of us were naive to think that a government would be a good thing for the revolution, and now we have learned our lesson, and as it stands, there is no government, because I believe there isn't one in Amazonia at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, me. Powerful for your question. You're next.
Yes, thank you very much, Comrade Mr. Sikot. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. My question is communication and collaboration, which is stressed very much among all these leaders. I have seen amongst all these leaders, and I would also like you to look back to explain whether these leaders of this generation, they have the energy and the power. What have they learned anything from our ancestors, those who live through southern Cameroon and know about collaboration, disagreeing without being disagreeable? Because I think, what is your advice to them? Because they are just acting as La République is acting, and most of the current leaders grew up either through Agijo, either through Bia. They never knew democracy. What is your advice to them as to how to be able to collaborate that you have spoken so eloquently about? Thank you.
Thank you, Parkinson. So those are three questions. We lost out about that question. We didn't get the full question. We took Rogers, we took me, we've taken Powerful. We will take two more. Amor and Don Patrick. When you answer, or do you want to answer this one first?
I wish to answer the first
all right.
So that I don't get lost.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I'm not an experienced speaker.
Okay.
Let me start by the question that was asked by our comrade who said he comes from Momo, and he spoke of the contribution of Irene Gua, and the fact that the people do not give a chance to others who belong to other movements to belong. If you belong to another place, then you are looked upon as maybe a type of person. That is true. But let me start from somewhere. I want to go back to history. In the past, when we just started the struggle, when defense was at its beginning stage, where we had the General Ivos at their peak, we also had people like Godfather that we know was in charge of Momo. We had people like Comrade Celeste was in charge of Momo. In fact, that was when the county was stable and everything was good. Then initiatives began to come up. I remember that Comrade Ufa and myself discussed about this issue of the Momo Defense Council, and we went further with other Oswald and others to form the Momo Defense Council. We brought all the LGAs that made up this Momo. We were working together, contributed. I remember I left from here to Belgium to do a fundraising, bought stuffs for the boys on Ground Zero. Everything was moving. At that time, Eric Tato began to speak about county by county, and then the movement belonging to Sako came in and said LGA by LGA. That was when that is when she came in, and I will mention it vehemently because you called her name. That is when the problem began, because Irene Gua had to come in and form a different movement in each of the LGAs. Where there was a chairman, she put another chairman and his own executive. Came into the Momo Defense Council, where there was already, I was the first spokesman. There was Colonel Braddock in charge of strategy and defense, and he's a military man. Then they were all toppled, they removed, and then went and created a new front. And that is where the problem began. Someone like me, I understood that if I remain on the scene to force my own points or those who pay allegiance to me, because many of those boys, as I'm talking to you, I have over 4 boys that have named their sons after me. That is, if you are in this struggle and you have not impacted a life up to the level that a boy will tell you that, please, if I die, take care of my son. If I die, take care of my daughter. Then you still have to revisit yourself. I have other children that I've named after my wife. It is because of a relationship. Now, I understood that if I continue to push my voice and those of Momo Defense Council, that division will be disastrous. And so that's how we pulled back and left her and the new executives and so on to continue. Now they continued, and what happened within that? They were now faced with the ADF and the Terminators. Because of the type of orientation they were giving to these boys, the boys had to refocus their attention fighting their brothers. And I would not say everything was caused by them. The ARGOV also trying to be the only people that would control that area are also another problem. Such that these ones would always need people that can be able to stand up to the challenges caused by ARGOV. That is how the deaths began to increase. But now, amongst themselves, I want to come back to you, and amongst themselves, it is not only those who are against them or those who are not in their movement. They are divided themselves now. There are more than 4 camps that belong only to the same movements of the pigs. Meanwhile, people like me and Comrade Ufa, who is here, are looked as enemies also because we had to tell them straight that killing the people that died in Bui was a blow. Despite the fact that our boys were killed in Batsmo, 13 of them, you cannot live to only retaliation day in, day out. Something had happened, let's forgive, let's look at the past and look at it as the past, work on that relationship and go ahead. No, we remain with the anger in our hearts and continue more division, and that is how it goes. Today, I will not be part of it. I will not continue in the fight, because those who live by the sword die by the sword. Now, I remember I said there were things she told me to do against Seko, which I did not do. Yes. And within the same moment, they were trying to train me of a particular way I should be talking. And that is the same way they taught Uchiba Nelson, who had been on phone with me and Madame Irene, to train us how to talk and to support Sako. But what has happened? I said, sir, the best support I can give you is to work in self-defense, and any of the victories will come to you. If they say you have, this county is now under liberation, it is a credit to you. That is the best way I can support you. Going to sing a song for one leader is not my thing. So, but the people like Ochibas continued. She brought him up. She brought up others whom she sent closer to be the guards or supporters of Sako. But what is happening today? You heard an audio by Ochiba himself against her. The same, in fact, they say the chickens have come home to roast. So the same things she had done are coming against her. There are many other movements that have come up within the same house that are fighting against her. But I am not happy because of that, because it brings us back. I am more interested in us doing what we have to do. For example, there are 4 boys in Mogamo that have been captured by the ADF. I believe that at least if he was a good leader, Sako would call Ayaba and say, my boys are under detention. Let's speak like leaders. You initiate it at that point. Then the LGA chairman should call maybe Capo Daniel and say, you are the one in charge. Please, can we talk? Let's liberate these boys. Let us negotiate. How do we take control of this area? We recognize that you are there and we are there. It means we are stakeholders. Let us begin to talk. If we are stationed, if commando is stationed in Kuzan and the other guys are stationed in the other way, and Kuzan is a passage, then you should be able to communicate with him so that he can have a passage. Number two, the other people also should recognize that commando also is a stakeholder, and you should not want to exist by eliminating him. So, the issues that are there cannot even be solved by the same people in Mugamo. We need other strong leaders. Maybe I will come to give a suggestion when I come to the question of the next person, because he talked of something about collaboration. I will leave it at that other point. I go to the second point where our comrade, a lady in the house, spoke about leaders that are naive, and she asked if I think that these leaders are those that can collaborate and yield. I'm using my own words, not exactly her words. If they can be productive, if they do something. But let me answer you by saying that there was something I said in the past without elaborating why I thought that the leaders that left from Ground Zero, like Honorable Buba, the Dr. Fontaines, the Grandpa Koros, and Bob Guys, and all of them should come together. It means that I am more convinced that the connections that these people who left from Ground Zero have are much more than what these ones that are out here have. These ones need these leaders that we have already. They are already there. But if I was in the position of choosing a leader, I would never choose a leader that doesn't work or that has never worked and you have no experience. If you take a man that has never served under somebody, he would never be loyal. He would not even know the meaning of being loyal. If you take somebody that had worked even in a small company in Cameroon, he will know that if your manager gives you a query, there is a way you should answer that query, even if you are right. The way you answer to that query even determines whether you worsen the situation or you better it off. And the best way is to answer it as short as possible. But what do our leaders do? Most of them, nearly all of them, you could have PhDs. But if we need to call them by name, we have Dr. Ayaba. He has never worked. Has never worked in any organization of repute. Dr. Akwanga is the same, though he is more focused and learning. He is opening his head to learn now. There is Dr. Sako. There is Chris Ano. They have not served. They have not worked. So the fruits obviously will not be. It is if you plant a fruit on sand and fruit in a valley, the two will grow differently. So I think that if these people who left from Ground Zero come together, they will give us a better directive. If all the people that have been involved in defense before, they come together and then we work together with this experience of the people that are more versed with international diplomacy, then we would have much more to gain. If you listen to their words, you will understand that they don't even know what they are looking for, including people they have destroyed like Barrister So, who is courageous, but is destroyed. His profile is destroyed because he had not had a reputable firm of his own, like what you see, like the Bob Gas had. So that is why he could easily be diverted. So a man that had served and worked, like Dr. Fontemo is part of this, is not easily derailed. So the last question was talking about the energy, the power of these leaders, and if they have taken inspiration from leaders of our ancestors or those that were before. Madam, if you ask people like Pamfo Ngarafo, if someone like Dr. Cho Ayaba or Sako call him for advice, he will tell you no. If you ask the Republic of Amazonia, that part, Goji, if they have called him for any advice, he will tell you no. most of them are not consulted. In fact, most of them are rather, I don't know, there are old men who are supposed to be archives, and they know, and they have some contacts. But who is there amongst the frontline leaders now that has washed his hands clean, that some of these old leaders can give them the connections they had that helped them to win victories when the war was not on? Whatever the case, those who believe in God also know that God can use the foolish things of this world to confront the wise. It doesn't matter. You can be taken like David was taken from grass to grace. You can be a good leader, despite the fact that you have not had those things. The only difference is that listen, learn, call your elders, ask advice. Obama was not well experienced, and he brought in Biden because the man had the experience internationally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Sikot, for those responses. We'll take the two hands that are up, then we'll probably go into open discussions and comments. If not, other hands come up. So we have Amor. I hope I said your name correctly. Amor, unmute yourself. You have the floor. Ask your. We're taking questions now on the questions. Go ahead, Amor. So we have three hands up now.
Thank you very much, comrades. Revolutionary greetings to everybody, and I want to thank Comrade Sikot for the expose he has made. In his recommendations, I found interest on the point where he made mention of Skaku. In fact, that is where my interest really is, because I have reflected and tried to look at the revolution since it started, the movements that were coming up, and what happened that these movements do not exist again. And I came to the conclusion, that the dissolution of SCAPU was the highest evil, I want to call it evil, that happened to this our struggle. And so my question to him is, now that we have come this far, we have the movements that have come up, there has been sabotage here and there, accusation and counter-accusations on each other. People have made enemies. So let me ask you, what strategy do you think we can use to get back to SCAPU? What strategy do you think we can use to get back to SCAPU? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very pointed question. Don Pacho, your hand is up next. Unmute yourself and ask Comrade Sikot Johnson your question.
Yeah, good evening, fellow comrades. Good evening to everybody. I have this question for Comrade Sikot. Comrade Sikot, you are one of those that some of us do know some of the jobs that you have been doing. Some of us have been privileged to work with you. I call it a privilege because many don't know that you have been a key player that has not been. I always call you the unsung soldier in the Ambazonian Revolution. You know that the problem of the Ambazonian Revolution comes from the diaspora. You know that our forces on the ground, like they have something, a key that can unlock this battle that this leadership in the diaspora is battling. What do you think is lacking for us to do for those soldiers on the ground to be able to unlock that key for these people in the diaspora to understand that without them, in the diaspora, forces on the ground can exist. But without the forces on the ground, those in the diaspora cannot exist. What do you think is the key also for us to unlock that key? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don Pasio. And we'll take the last question from Pascal B. And then Comrade Johnson will answer them in that cluster, and then we'll open for open comments. So, Comrade Pascal, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, moderator, and thank you, Mr. Sikot, for your talk. I really liked it. My question is straightforward, and it's this. If we believe, as you mentioned, that the independence of Southern Cameroons is irreversible, and you also added irrevocable, which means it was already there, why is the notion of having a government a strange one? Before 1972, we had a government. If our effort and struggle is to reinstate that country, what does it matter whether we have a government or we have a movement? And when you have a government, in my own view, it speaks of a highly organized organization already in place. A movement is entirely different, of people who still want to establish themselves. I don't think the idea of having a government is a reason why we have divisions. There are other reasons which we mentioned earlier on of people want to have positions. So I think we are spending time on a point that has no bearing on driving away the colonizer from our land. What I think we should be talking about is how do we have a government that is all-inclusive, to send a stronger message that we are more organized, more determined, and well placed for any negotiation, which we hope that is going to come in the nearest future. I would like your comments on that. Thank you.
Okay, Comrade, go ahead.
Comrade Amo and all other people that have asked questions, I thank you all. You asked how, because of the sabotage, because of their accusations and counter accusations, what is the strategy for us to get back to the Skakuf days? I would not really pretend to tell you I can give you a strategy here, but if you look at the fact that I called for some group of persons and even advised the Southern Cameroon International Town Hall leadership and the coalition for negotiations and dialogue, that they could come together and bring these various actors together, and even encouraged Siseko Ayuktabe also to get back to it. It means there must be a process. It must be a laid down principle and rules to get there, invitations and a go, which means that if there was a fourth conclave that gave a third conclave that gave birth to Skakuf, then there was a fourth conclave that gave birth to the government. There should be a fifth conclave that would bring people back to a point where we were, that we could have a level ground to start talking. But I will not end at this point. I will still encourage the moderator to weigh in to answer much more, because they are more versed with these processes than myself. I am more of the cookish things on the ground that can easily push us to have our independence. Yeah, thank you. And I want to go to the next question, that the problem is the diaspora. And that is Comrade Don Pasio, and the keys to unlocking the issues that are faced in diaspora on the ground. Now, there is something I want to say here. People usually say, show me your friends and I will tell you who you are. For me, in this revolution, I have a different motive. different way I look at it. I said, show me your mentor and I will show you who you really are or what you become. Show me your mentor and I show you what you will become. If your mentor is Dr. Sako, the fruits speak for itself. If your mentor is Dr. Ayaba, this fruit speak for itself. If your mentor is Seseko, is the person you look to, is Seseko, the fruits speak to itself. Speak for itself. All of it. If you look at the movement, somebody made a comment somewhere that when you belong to this movement or to this one, you become very noisy and arrogant and you attack anything that comes your way. In fact, reasoning leaves you. But when you go to this other movement, then you become loyal, you become quiet, and you begin to concentrate. And who is your mentor, Don Pasho? In the past, you had a mentor. Today, Don Pasho, you are better off than you were. So I tell the fighters on the ground, if you know you had not been given sticks for the last 1 year, then why do you continue to say, I be this, I be Sokadev, I be IG, I be ADF? If you know you have not been given food for 1 year, what are you waiting for? You want to die because you're serving somebody because of a name? I encourage them. I don't remove somebody's fighter to give to another person, but I tell you, open your brain, walk, and don't just say, if I take money. There are people I had sent. Okay, yesterday, there was a movement that wanted to distribute food to some fighters on Ground Zero. They gave 15 bags of rice, 2 bags of beans, the big bags, and 6 bags of salt. And then they asked me that we have these things. We don't want our name to go anywhere. Please, can you help me? Since you know this particular county in this area, you know that LGA, can you help me to tell me how we will distribute it? And then I helped him, I made the list and I gave him, and I only acted in helping to look for the driver to carry those things and distribute. Then one of the camps said, if Narak Sikot, we'll not be collect them. They don't say, we'll not be collect them. I said, now you are fighting, and I didn't distinguish whether you are working under who, but I just look at all those camps and decided to say, give it to all of them. And somebody said, if it is secret, don't take it. It was not me. Holy lobby. So that is the problem we are facing. And so we only need education for these boys, that when you receive groundnuts, when you receive cartridge, let me say it that way, when you receive a gun from somebody, it will not change its color. It can kill the enemy. So I don't know why we continue talking of these movements, this one. No. And I gave an example in the past. These things you hear popcorns shouting everywhere is a particular movement. But you are hearing sound. It is not by the groups that are owned by the person who distributed the remote controls or gave them the technology or trained them. So that is the training we should give our boys. And I go to the last question. Our comrade who said yes, that I mentioned the fact that independence is irrevocable and irreversible, and then why should we get worried about governments and so on and so forth? So he thinks that it is how far they can collaborate. Now, let me go to a book that was not written by me. It was written by revelation, by the inspiration of God. I want to take you to the Bible. There was a time that the Israelites decided to tell Samuel to make for them a king. You can read it in 1 Samuel 8, 1 to 22. He said, make to us a king so that we will be like other nations. That was what the people asked. Samuel went and prayed to God and said, these people want this. God said, go and tell him the repercussions. The people insisted, we want to be like other nations. God said, okay, before you give them, tell them that if you make a king, that king will make rulers over you that will control you, and you will have no choice of your own. You have to follow. He will use your sons and daughters to work money for him or her. He will be an army that will stand against you, and you will have no voice to speak. He gave a lot of things. If you read through that passage, you will see it all in Amazonia. What are we doing? Even those movements that do not have the ability to build military groups on ground zero to defend their interests have built a military group in diaspora called Black and White Army. Those are repercussions of the government, because somebody must speak for them. Somebody must speak and call somebody your excellency. Somebody must give respect to any other movement, or that he is the leader of the revolution. He is the only one that has it all. So those are the repercussions. There are two governments we really know that are more prevalent, the Act of C and the pigs. What do we see? You must follow them or nothing. As one of the comrades asked me, that in Batibo, if you don't answer, if you are not a pig, you are an enemy. If you don't belong to them, if you belong to Seseko, you don't lost sense. If you make a comment on Facebook, they say this man, they think that you are not. In fact, you feel as if you don't have your stamina and know who you are, they will make you to lose your confidence. So that are the repercussions of the government. A government thinks that in collaboration you must come and join them. They cannot come and join you. In a government, they think that they are the only people that should impose a lockdown, and it is not any other movement. But if it was a collaborative platform, it would have been that let us all decide, like the powerhouse, or like the where you have a chief of all the defense and all the structures we have, and so on. Governments will need your loyalty. As somebody like the bush hunters usually says, government are mouth for bomber. It always wants to take. It always wants to take. It does not give. And that is why they will launch Pache, they will launch they will launch draft, they will launch all those things over and over. And there will be a percentage that will take care of rents and other things. That are the repercussions of a government. But if it was a collaborative platform where everybody comes and the money should go to ground zero, it would have been different.
All right.
Thank you, Comrade Sikot. I had thought that we were going to dive into the open comment session. Thank you for those very, very brilliant responses, and that's why we try to organize this town hall so that we can have this kind of exchanges, right? And thank you for being willing to come out there and subject yourself to the scrutiny of your people, so that we can ask you and people can learn and we can educate ourselves in a very civil manner. It looks like hands are popping up, so let's just take 3 more questions. Please, we'll just take these last 3 hands, and then let us have a conversation which will lead us into the second part of this discussion for today. We are working on the guest who was supposed to be with us today for the second part. Unfortunately, with the crisis going on, he couldn't be here. But he will come back to us and we will revisit this topic. But we will talk about it today on why the AU has been so quick to go into Chad. And yet, the crisis in Southern Cameroon has been going on for 4 years. He's an AU expert. He was supposed to be there, he couldn't make it. But we will still revisit this amongst ourselves, and then maybe give him our feedback so that he's better prepared when he comes to talk to us next. So let's take these 3 hands, then we'll open discussions, and then we'll go to the second part, because based on what Mr. Sikot is saying, maybe there is something we are not doing right, which is why we are not getting the international response we need. Then after these 3 hands, I would answer or make a suggestion. I'm not authorized, but I would hint the House of what's going on future effort to bring the guys together. Maybe we'll get a concrete fight, as Mr. Sikot suggested. So I don't know who is iPhone 240, but go ahead, iPhone.
Comrade Ato, my hand is for comment section, please. So
okay.
Later then, yeah.
All right. Okay. Yes. Keep it up then. After iPhone, we have Ignatius. Then we'll start the comments. You man, understand?
Comrade Ato, my hand is for comments, but I cannot raise my hand for some reason.
All right. So we'll have Master. We'll have you, Alan, for comments. So iPhone, unmute yourself. Your audio is muted. Or your phone is muted.
I'll raise my hand also for comment.
Okay. So iPhone, your phone is muted. All right. If iPhone cannot unmute his phone, let's go to Ignatius. Ignatius, are you for a question or a comment?
I'm for a comment.
Okay. So iPhone cannot unmute himself. iPhone will see you, but somehow you cannot unmute your phone. So we'll just go over to comments, and then when you come back, maybe we can give you a chance. So now we are going to go into the comment section. Please let us limit our comments to 3 minutes. We can only say so much, and let us give everybody a chance to say something. So let us limit our comments. Normally we take 2 minutes, but we are having a Southern Cameroons discussion. So let's make it 3 minutes. So Ignatius.
3 minutes long.
3 minutes long. Okay. So we'll keep it to the 2 minutes. Yes, because 3 minutes, 5 people, that's already 15 minutes. So let's stick with the rules of 2 minutes. Please, let us respect the time. Yes. So let's not force anybody to have to cut people. Let's keep it to the 2 minutes. So Ignatius, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody for attending this meeting today. My comment is actually what Comrade Sikot has said. I have been part and parcel of it right from the beginning of the formation of the LGA. I am from Jikwa. I have been part of it. And this only goes to further states that on my own personal view, there is so much disappointment from the peaks. And I think that what Comrade Sikot is advocating for, a collaborative platform or something like a revolutionary council, should be the best option. And so, but one other thing I have to comment on is that we want to empower Ground Zero. And we have seen that, and before this revolution, we had our associations. Most of our villages on Ground Zero have that development association. And if this development association were coming up because they wanted to cater for the people of Ground Zero, according to the various villages, I don't see any reason why this our village development and our association from our villages should not take the bull by the horn now and go to help their people. Most of them are non-governmental organizations, and with that in mind, they can siphon or they can send as much money as possible to Ground Zero based on the humanitarian issue, which was the basis of creation. And so I think that they don't need to work with some of the leaders or with those of us who are very bent on the revolution to look for a better way whereby the association could collaborate and let us reduce the suffering from Ground Zero. Because if we do that, we will deprive our diaspora leadership with the much needed finance that they use that empower them, and will siphon all our money down to Ground Zero. And if we do that, I bet you all of them will crumble, and then we will start to build a collaborative platform. Because the collaborative platform for me should start even on Ground Zero. Let me quote one example. Okay, say that say that a village has its association in America and they want to send money to Ground Zero. They can send it even to individuals or to groups on Ground Zero based on humanitarian reason, and it can be well done. So instead of us giving money to the so-called leaders here for them to send to ground zero, we can use this our development association, which they must be able to do it so that we can help ground zero. I can have more to do to elaborate on this if I'm called upon, but since my time is limited, I can end so far. So we can deprive diaspora from the most needed money by sending our money straight to ground zero, and we must work in collaboration with our development, for our village development association.
Thank you, Comrade Ignatius. If we have time, yes, but we thank you for that suggestion. Comrade Sikot, in this part, if you feel like you want to add to what somebody has said, feel free. You are the guest of the day. But we'll just take comments.
Thank you. Let me just greet Daddy Ignatius. He's one of our fathers in this revolution, and we were there truly in the Momo Defense Council. He was such a wonderful father that I was working with. Unfortunately, it was scattered. At least he's here to testify to what I said, so it makes me so impressed, which was the first coup d'etat I always call in Amazona, even before this call, which we all know.
Thank you.
So let's go forward.
Okay. Man, after you're next, then Alan, who cannot put his hand up, then Don Pasio, and then Edmond. Man, after go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Atto, and thank you, Comrade Sikot, for this brilliant presentation you made today. I will come to the question, or I want to make a comment about the issue of government, whether it's right or wrong, and what is wrong in it, in having a government. I would like to just speak from my own experience working in this revolution intensively with many groups, and not discriminating whether they are government pro groups or not government pro groups. I just work like an Amazonian. And the issue of the government is not the idea of the government itself. I would like to quote my comrade that I really do cherish in this house, Comrade Prof. Herman, who once said that wherever there is a government, there is opposition. And in what we are doing, we don't need opposition because we are too small to be divided. So the problem even is no longer the leaders. The problem is more the people who are following the government and who are feeling suddenly as if they have become a very VIP people because they suddenly own certain high titles that I don't even know where they come from. The kind of titles I've heard in this revolution, me, I've never heard it before anyway. I know a guy that has never done anything on working with people or anything about administration, but he suddenly gets a title of a leader of one community, whatever name. And then now they'll be making their little meetings and say the executive is meeting. This plays on the psychology of the people. It gives them an extra value. They feel so strong, and it supports their self-esteem so much so that they are hanging now on this self-esteem, and it is so important for them because without yourself, you are like nothing. Hanging on this self-esteem makes them now to drift, to shift the focus from fighting for the revolution to fight for themselves. So that is what the government did without wishing to do that. So now my challenge is, and now talking about self-defense, how do we organize it? Let us not deceive ourselves. These boys picked their guns by themselves in their different environment. Call it LGA, call it county, call it where. People just gathered in one area and started doing what they could do. And then we now, the sponsor, came together and supported them in what we could do. So can we now start looking at these little groups that were fighting and then vetting who is still on the board, because some people have been brought over, some are there. I have more than 15 evidence of different so-called amber, how do you call it? Call them generals who sold their communities, who sold their fighters, and the fighters are now alive. They are in ground one, and they can testify what happened. So the reality is, after some time, these little fighting groups that were there are corrupt. So before we start going into collaboration with who or whatever, we have to start by vetting who is standing where before we start talking about what kind of collaboration are we having. Now, if we are focused on solutions and not on structures and not on whether government or not government or movement or what thing we bet we give it whatever, then we should start thinking of how do we solve this problem, and it is possible. And there are many possibilities that we can fit in to solve this problem and still living whatever structure that is existing. If somebody wants to feel good to call himself minister, please do not leave and for them maybe keep call himself the minister. But we still have the power to change these things and come back and refocus. I heal. And before I go, I would like us to listen to Namere again. As much as he's talking a lot of, he did what is the Namere once said, all the communities that, all the guys in their communities who are not being sold by the communities, these are guys that don't terrorize their community. So their community is supporting them, and you cannot get through those guys because they have the support of their community. So let's look at such communities and start and finding out how do we go about things. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you for that. I think Alem is next. He cannot raise his hand. Then I think after the show, before Bank of Amazonia, we have Dr. Fontaine who cannot raise his hand. But let's just go 2 minutes, please. There are a lot of hands up. Let us respect the 2 minutes, please. I wish I could put up a stopwatch. Anyway, let us respect the 2 minutes. There are a lot of hands up. And then we'll move to the next section. Don Pasio, go ahead.
I thought
oh, sorry, Alem
was...
Yes. Okay, Don Pasio, sorry, I don't know why your hand. I'll put them back up. Yes, Alem, go ahead. Sorry about that.
So, let me start by using a famous line that is used by one of our comrades. I have been briefed that we once had a government. Okay. I think that we need to be realistic here. Somebody had mentioned the fact that we had a government in the 50s and it seemed to have no problems, but now government is an issue and we should target working with the government and all that. Let's be realistic. When we had the government in the 50s and the 60s, there was no war. We were able to get into Enugu and walk out of there without a single gunshot being fired. It also means that the government that we had in the 50s and 60s was one that was applauded and respected by majority of Southern Cameroonians at that time. If we fast forward to the government or the governments that we have now, obviously they are not carrying the majority support of the people. We don't have to look too far to get that evidence. Let's not go with facts. Let's not go with actual facts that we have on the ground, okay, amidst us. Number two, the governments that we have right now, are those governments actually representing and set by the people? If the answer is yes, okay, we can continue with it and see how to support it. The answer is no, it's time to revise. Now remember, we are in a war, okay, and we are talking about creating a government. No single country yet has been able to harbor or to respect our government. And we want to turn to the same international community and tell them that we should do what? How can we go into, we are very, very lucky that we are residing in the United States where we claim to have a government and the American government has not put us out. One of the reasons why they captured Sesuka Itabe in Nigeria was because of this governmental thing. You cannot go into a country and say you have a government, a country that has bilateral relationships with your enemy, by the way, and you go and install or set a government in that country without their permission. What did you expect? And if you're not very, very careful, the same thing might also happen to us here in the United States as well, too. So, the fact that these international communities, I'm busy. Okay, I will ask it. The fact that we have a pushback from the international community is also part of our own fault. We cannot be residing in a country that has not officially recognized you as a government, and you're parading the streets of government saying that we are a government. We do not have to be a government. So,
2 minutes, Alan, please round up. I'll be running out people.
Let us, yes, we are the revolution, and let us facts that carry along that help us revolution. Now, the issue about the diaspora versus the world, let us go back to simplicity. When we had Cameroon, and we had a national team.
Alem, I'll have to cut you 2 minutes fast.
When this is my last part. When we had the national team and we had the Roger Millers and all those guys in the 90s, Cameroon was a giant when it came to football, right? Why? Because people played for the heart, they played for the flag, they played for the country. Some of them didn't even get paid until after. There was no question about it. When they were playing the football, they were playing for the country. Why am I giving this example? Because Ground Zero has started this thing and they were playing for the country, they were playing for the flag, they were playing for Amazonia. When the diaspora get involved, now,
let's round up.
Then it became a problem. So what I'm just trying to add to the solution, we have to figure out a way to take out money from the equation and go back to the flag. Once we can refocus ourselves on the flag, then it doesn't matter whether we have what structure in place, whatever it is, we're all going to be heading for the same place. But as long as money is a factor, which it has always been for this purpose, we're going to find ourselves in the same cyclonic all over and over and over again. But, I mean, I had more to say, but my time is short. I'm running over by about a minute. So I yield.
Thank you. Edmond, you have the floor.
That don't pass you name this week.
Oh, don't pass you. Sorry, Master, I forget you. Dr. Edmond, please hold on for Don Pasio. I don't go lower.
If it's Don Pasio, I'm not here.
Don Pasio, go ahead, brother. Sorry. It's nothing personal.
No, I understand. Thank you very much, Dr. Edmond, for giving me the chance to speak. When I listened to my brother, Comrade Sikot, I think he was very, very outspoken, and he missed something very, very vital that I think he can bear with me, and we had this discussion behind the scenes, that when we look at the Amazonian War of Independence, for the past 2 years, this war has been sponsored from Ground Zero. 80% of the funds that our boys are using comes from Ground Zero.
Yes.
Our people have been contributing in the diaspora, and the so-called diaspora leaders have been living lavishly from these funds. Now, I come to this. My people, we are talking only about trying to restructure. We are talking on how to bring these leaders. The problem that we are facing is because we have not decided to take our destiny into our own hands. We need to try to look at how we can give our people that political education to forget about these leaders, because the problem that I will put it, that Africans in general, we are always facing is because we look up to leaders. We don't know that the people have the powers to change the game when it comes to time for time to change the game. For example, during the reign, I will quote this example. During the reign of Sisi Kutabe Ayo in the governing council, before the fourth conclave, the House of Country and Regional Representatives, they refused that they would not go to the fourth conclave. It was a problem to the extent that Sisi came to the House of Country and Regional Rep and cried. He begged and cried. Those who were there can testify, because it was the people speaking, and he yielded to the demands of the people. When it comes to community mobilization, diaspora is mobilizing and giving funds to a group of people. We have what we used to that worked. Please, let me round up.
Yes, please.
We had what used to work. Can we try to look at those structures that used to work? Because when we look at county by LGA or whatever we call it, it has made us to lose the nationalistic tendency in us. We are now fighting for our various villages, counties, and regions. We used to have what we call countries. Can we build back those country structures, that each country, no matter the county you come from, but if you are based in Spain, if you are based in Germany, if you are based in UK, if you are based in Canada, how can we build and bring up these country structures, mobilize our funds, and work with those fighters on the ground and submit?
Thank you, Don Pasio. Comrade Sikot, do you want to say something? I don't want you to sit there and be bought.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My comrade Don Pasho, yeah, you said I missed something, and that is true. But you know, what I know about the revolution or what I have is so much so that we cannot use this 1 hour to analyze everything. We only try to touch it, and even selecting what to say is not easy. But what you said is that diaspora and ground zero, or that ground zero sponsors the war more than diaspora, is true. Particularly in the southern zone, the type of money that can come out of southern zone to sponsor the war is we cannot even try. But the unfortunate thing I want to let you know is that there are forces on ground zero that collect money from our people, and instead of putting on the ground, they send it abroad. You may not even believe that. There are people who, I think I said it on one live program, and I want people, particularly from FACO, if they can go and hold these people accountable, it will be helpful for us. There is a fighter that is called Pastor in FACO. He has carried all his group and they're hiding somewhere. I don't want to mention the place, because he was asked that, please raise money from the ground and send to us. Let us add it to about 60 million and buy you materials and make you the general for FACO. That guy raised 25 million and sent 16 million to a certain mullah who was the county head. 16 million, and the guy didn't have, they didn't send even groundnut to them. Yesterday also, I was making some calls to Ground Zero because I decided to take an initiative to find out that, okay, there is a second draft that is coming. I'm not part of it, and I should not discourage any initiative so long as it is geared towards Ground Zero. But let us assess what had happened so far with the first draft. I want to use only 2 counties as a sample. I started with FACO. When I called a commander in Malende, and that guy said for the last 1 year they have not sent anything. I said, even in this draft, nothing. He said, no. It is only they within themselves that do encourage one another. If somebody raises more money here, he also supports them. If I raise money, I will also support the other forces. And he even went further to say he lost 3 fighters last month. And even a word from an institution in diaspora that say that group is their group. And we know the group. Yet, even word of condolence or even 10,000 francs to use to bury those guys was not done. But I want I am not worried about that. I always like to continue to use initiatives. I want to use my experience to encourage everyone that is on this camera. Always look more for what you can do. What you can do. What contributions. Every month, assess what you have done for the struggle. I said it before about the initiative I made to start the first popcorn production in Amazonia. It is me. I sent it to all counties, including FACO. But what happened? Others have done much more than what I did. But I still tell you something. If Nigeria blocked all the border and we don't have a means to bring in DMs, I will start a new production with materials. I will use cassava leaves and other things, and we will produce popcorns. That is the importance of continuous research. Before anybody ever called ATM, I was already there. We already had a gendarmerie, a Fulan, that went down, and one Ekelebe went down, and they tried to hide that information. That is the importance, that we continue to look at targets. I don't make noise. Before others, the people who came and said, now we are going across the Mongol, have never done any one. When they tried to initiate, because they didn't want to call the people who have been involved, you saw boys that would carry popcorns behind the back on an Okada and the gallops, and it scattered the boys and the Okada man on the ground. Those are the careless things we put our boys to go through, because you don't tell them the dangers that things like this popcorn transportation will cause. You don't tell them that you take this remote, don't pocket it, don't put a battery. They just give them go and work, just give them some elementary things, and that is how they die without even using it on the enemy. So we need those steps. And that is why the people who jump into things always misfire. I am an activist also, but I want to come online only when I have strategic things to do. For example, I discovered that a lot of people in Biafra did not know what was happening. A lot of people in Nigeria. I decided to create this relationship and came out on a live video with Simon Ekpa. He happened to be someone I know personally very well. What happened? The audience, they were only on Facebook, there were more than 5,000 people viewing on his page. On YouTube, more than 3,000. Instagram, and then the Biafra TV. And because of that, now, there had been discussions between Comrade Ayaba, let me call it straight, with Namdi for more than 1 year. Namdi was the one refusing to have any interaction with him. And he stated two things. You are human rights records and the division amongst us. He said he is more devoted in saving his own people, the people from suffering, and then he should not inflict more pain. He refused to have the live show. But our comrades did not ask why did the same Namdi become very interested to call them back and even ask for a live show in the name of that they are going to collaborate. And we jumped into that video and said we are now having an alliance. There was nothing that was discussed prior to that about an alliance. I can tell you that. I'm very close to those cycles. Was nothing, because the people discovered from the view and the comments and the way the Biafrans received Akwanga on the Biafra TV and myself, and they saw that they had an audience that would be happy with them. They discovered that Ambazonia is not a motivator to them, because we have resisted for 4 years that they don't know whether we'll even get to that point. So that is when we should be focus based. I, as an activist, was focused to create awareness, let people know. It was not my point to talk about collaboration and so on, but what happened. Anyway, I will not also continue to go fighting people who are doing things wrong. So I want to look at what I can do. But let me remind us here that there are people on ground zero that know what we don't know. There are people in ground zero that are better leaders 1,000 times than what we call our leaders today. There are people in ground zero that we cannot even stand. Let me say that you cannot, even this Barrister Ashu that is always on this on Equinox and so on, cannot have an election, cannot stand to campaign with Dr. Sako or Ayaba or many of the others. I don't have any particular bias for them, but I'm saying that we should know that we should not be calling ourselves an excellency and so on, because there are people who have told me in particular that are in ground zero that when I work a fight down a thing, now only the two name fight help we get the independence, but no ever think say you can't become any leader. I said, but I don't even need that. Mr. I tell you, because we the looker, when the time go reach, we put our own money then quiet. When we run the team when I profile them fine, then that is when people like us will come into the political. When it comes to real political sphere, where they start campaign, that is when you will know that there are people that are following this thing. So I no fool myself with government them abroad. That's how I was putting. So I was not touched because I didn't have any thing that I want to be a leader tomorrow. I want to be this. So, but what we should concentrate is that as you put your face out, or if you don't put your face out, if you belong to any movement, put in your best. And that is why I said this house should not end by discussions. Let us look at the recommendations we are talking today and make sure that the powers that be will push them to get to the table and start implementing.
Thank you, Mr. Sikot. We have Dr. Edmond, who is up next and mistakenly lowered his hand. Dr. Edmond, before I come to you, based on what we are saying, I think we have some of our people on ground zero who are in the house. I want to beg your indulgence, Mr. Sikot, and the house. If our boys on ground zero, our valiant soldier fighters, have anything they want to share with Southern Cameroons. if you want to say anything.
If you be fighter for ground zero and you dey here, you want to talk something, please.
Okay. If later on, I want to continue, just go ahead. Just signal me. Dr. Edmond, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Seekert, for such an elaborate presentation. I'm just going to highlight a few things for all of us, just to be, thought-provoking. When we talk about the problems of Africa or the problems of Southern Cameroons, everything revolves around one thing: is what is our social contract? Whose will is our social contract being served? Is this the will of the general or the will of the masses? In other words, is the social contract going to be that the general's will or the general will? That's one thing we should think about. For those of you who wants to, worship individuals rather than thinking about the real potential. If I push that even further, and I'll ask us, what are we fighting for? Are we fighting for independence or we are fighting for freedom? If you fight for independence, we're thinking then everything. If you're thinking that we're fighting for independence, persons can lead you because they are strong men. But if you begin to fight for freedom, you know that strong institutions are the only guarantors of that success. And then, even right from the get-go, Mr. Moderator, there is
yes. Let me mute everybody, then I will unmute, then you unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead, Edmond, unmute yourself.
Right. So I was making the distinction between fighting for freedom and fighting for independence. And therefore, we must really take this very, very seriously. I've heard a lot of people who say, let's just fight. When we get to Boya, then we are going to fix the problems. No, there is no way. A man-eating tiger that you see today was once a corpse. Only at the time when it was a corpse, nobody really realized that that man-eating tiger that corpse would grow up to a man-eating tiger. So at this point, Amazonians really need to think to themselves, what are we really fighting for? And it should also be one of the things that we all ask ourselves: why are we in this struggle? If you don't know the why, you get the how by accident. You get there by accident. So if you know the why you are fighting, and that we are fighting because of oppression, then we cannot actually want to be worse than the tyrant that we want to overthrow. So these are issues, and if anybody comes to tell you about their profile, to present to you their profile for anything, it's not a coincidence that when you go to apply for any job or for anything, the people ask you your CV, because past is always prologue, and people want to judge your past in order to extrapolate what you could do. And so for people who had been here as armchair, sitting and never really be involved in any social community work for their communities, all of a sudden the struggle comes and there is an opportunity there to social media. And if people then come up, you have to tell them, no, this cannot be. And I will just raise a few other things and let
Yes, go ahead, Edmond, but if you could round up too. We have a lot of time.
The only other thing that I want to raise, a few other things, Mr. Moderator, is that the lack of civil organization. And I really want us to take about this seriously. The last speaker, one of the speakers who talked about the role of the cultural communities here in the diaspora. And we need to actually go back on those. And I think that we need to have a session, an entire session on how to already organize ourselves here to be like the Israelis who are here, who have actually used the power, the opportunities in the diaspora, not just to really fight, they're not using it to fight each other in Israel, but to actually turn that Israel into a citadel of democracy and protect the interests of their people. And lastly, I want to say that for those of you who I hear sometimes, some people talk about, but I've heard people talk about Pan-Africanism, why is a country, why we self-determination is a condition sine qua non for Pan-Africanism. And therefore, our rights to self-determination, when you go out there to talk about the people, just let them know, as we stand, we would, until we get free, we cannot even talk about associating with other people. I would think that we can talk about this. And,
yes, let us talk about it in another year. Thank you. Please let us respect our time. We have many hands up. I don't mean to be rude or cut off people, but let us just understand that we have many people who want to contribute. When we go through the hands, then we can come back a second time to you. If anybody wants to talk again and did not finish what they have to say, you can push your hand up and then we'll come back to you after other people have been given a chance. I know Dr. Fontaine, you couldn't put your hand up. Let's hear from Dr. Fontaine, then we will come back to Bank of Ambazonia, Powerful, Rogers iPhone, okay, your hand is up back, and then Comrade Bye. So Dr. Fontaine, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to, first of all, salute Mr. Judson Sikot for taking the time to do the kind of excellent presentation that he did. There's every evidence that he knows a lot of what is going on in the liberation struggle.
Good morning,
even if for security
my
reasons.
you didn't want to go with mommy.
And I appreciate him for that. I want to commend Southern Cameroonians also for taking the time
you didn't want
to make
to go
this
with
Southern
her.
Cameroons
You want to go your
International
own way,
Town
right?
a regular rendezvous. One thing
No,
that
I'm asking, why
the
didn't you go
oppressor
with
does
her?
not like is the education of the oppressed. Because through education, the oppressed gets liberated. And I think that these kinds of exchanges are just what we needed in the course of our liberation struggle to be able to sharpen each other and become stronger to be able to face the oppressor in the way that we ought to. We are doing a number of things, but I think that if the spirit that prevails in this town hall were the pervading spirit in our liberation struggle, would have been miles away and would have been miles a short distance away from our capital, our expected capital, Buea. Now, I as an individual, I think that there are a number of things that have been said here, which we need to scrupulously take time later, replay this presentation by Mr. Judson Sikot, and pick out those critical elements that we need to look at. And most of these have to do with the way we relate with each other to be able to achieve our collective goal. Right from the inception, the people who gave up their jobs, their livelihoods, and those who have died should not for any reason die in vain. More people should not die. And I think that in what Mr. Judson Sikot has presented, there is a recipe for the kind of success that our people are looking for. Freedom is what we are seeking, but we cannot conveniently have our freedom if we have people who are ready to return us, who are ready to become our new tyrant once we seem to have that freedom. And lastly, I want to seize this opportunity because Comrade Sikot made mention of a number of things, and I think that there's always a spiritual facet to every liberation struggle. He talked about the hand of God in what we are doing, and from the very onset, most Southern Cameroonians knew, and they have come to understand that our struggle has been ordained by God, and and it explains why, although some people have infiltrated it with all kinds of nefarious instincts, all kinds of evil spirits, our struggle continues to go at times on autopilot. So tonight at 11:30 p.m., it's an invitation that I'm extending, which is an addition to what I had to say, which is an addition to the commendation that I have made, that I'm inviting, or we are inviting Southern Cameroonians to be part of the night prayer on Ground Zero at 11:30 p.m. That's about 6:30 Eastern Time in the United States. 11:30 p.m. It's going to be a short prayer, but it's going to be intense. We think that unless the Lord builds a city, the builders labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over that city, the watchman watcheth in vain. So we still think that one of the ways by which we can continue to build our struggle. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
One of the ways by which we can continue to uphold our struggle and dismantle La Republique's satanic work in our homeland is by appealing to God, asking for His mercy, and giving us direction. We are taking the battle to the gates of the enemy. One of the things that our people don't need to understand is that if you allow the fight at your gate, the likelihood is that your house is going to be destroyed. Now we want to take back the fight to the camp of the enemy, so that any destruction that has to take place will take place there in his own camp, in his own compound, in front of his own house. That is the appeal, that is the call, and I pray that we will all make it together in the name of Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Dr. Fontaine, for that. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. So let's go to Bank of Amazonia, and then Powerful, then Roger is back, then Comrade Bye. Then we'll have to let Mr. Sikot. We have taken more time than we had bargained for. So Bank of Amazonia, go ahead.
All right, thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Sikot, it's been a pleasure listening to you, and thanks for the really great analysis you've presented and the host of other contributors who have spoken to the issues. I have four main suggestions or recommendations or comments. The very first one is the popular saying we're all familiar with, which I think was first made by Donald Trump, the former, by Donald Rumsfeld, the former defense secretary in the United States, when he said that you go to war with the soldiers you have and not the ones you wish you had. So in the case of this revolution, there are many things we wish could be different, but we may not be able to change them. And so the recommendations on how to collaborate, how to do other things in spite of those challenges, I thought were really spot on. But I also want to throw a wrench into the mindset that we have, because mindset is everything. Is it possible that what appears to be discordant voices or the confusion or all the things that we currently have happening in the revolution might be a blessing in disguise? And by that I mean we're not a monolithic people. When CDN put a conference together on the Amazonian question, one of the speakers mentioned the fact that revolutions that have had what we consider to be confusion or disarray have actually tended to be more successful on the negotiation table. When you force people into one umbrella, sometimes it prevents people from speaking up because they all want to be seen as agreeable. So this is something for us to think about. And then I'm going to also offer the Bank of Amazonia as a platform that has a proven track record as being collaborative. We were able to raise money, and we've been able and continue to be able to finance projects on ground zero, irrespective of the allegiance or where the people claim that which leadership they support. And we're hopeful that with this track record, the bank is going through a rebranding, and that by the 5th of June, we'll be coming through the town hall. There are discussions in the background. We've sent an emissary to talk to the town hall organizers to see how we can use this platform to also explain some of the things we're about to do. And last, before I hang up the microphone, Mr. Chairman, I would like to solicit from the town hall thinkers, all you brilliant men and women, that maybe the time has come for the town hall to start, and maybe you've done this, but I'm unaware of it, for the town hall to start having discussions about the future of Amazonia. We're focused on the revolution, and that is good, but it cannot be the revolution at the expense of the future. We need to start preparing our people to talk about what kind of an Amazonia are we trying to create. A good example I'm going to ask you, based on what we have seen happening with our chiefs right now, if we're restoring our statehood, do you believe that Amazonia should have a bicameral or a unicameral legislature? In other words, would it make sense in 2035 when we get to Boya, or 2030, or whatever you think for it to be, that we'll have an upper house which is a house of chiefs, like we had it when we were back in the 50s and 60s? We need to start having discussions about what would be the structure of government. Would counties be transitioned into states, or do we want a realignment of what was called the Northern and Southern Zone?
Okay.
Thank you. I'll leave it there, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Sikot, please feel free if you want to interject. Let's take Powerful Kimber. Wait, I will mute everybody first. There's some noise coming back. Okay, Pafro, unmute yourself.
Thank you again, Mr. Stikot, for that very exciting and mind-informing presentation. This a correction. I am also guilty of this. Our soldiers on the ground, this struggle is, someone mentioned it, is because of the soldiers and the people on the ground, not because of us in the diaspora. Please let us call them our soldiers, not boys. They earn it. There's a lot in words. They have paid the ultimate price. And secondly, this goes particularly to our comrades here in the diaspora, where I am as well. I would ask, our comrades on the ground are paying with their ultimate price. We are out in the diaspora. Let me ask this question. We are talking so much. Has anyone visited his city hall or to know how politics run in the West, so that we can talk, we can go home and actually practice the democracy that we have left Cameroon to come and learn? We talk so much, and sometimes we talk condescendingly down at the people on the ground. This war, the international community is talking about us because of the manpower, not because of the noise that is happening in the diaspora. And secondly, I would also commend our great warriors on the ground. I look at them with admiration, and I would ask each and every one of us not really to point and ask another person, what have you done for the struggle? It should start by asking ourselves, what have I done to call myself an Ambazonian? If we start by ourselves, I think we would be able to question ourselves and do the little bit that we are doing in our own area, not to be negative or pointing fingers. I don't want to take much time, but Mr. Sikot, I commend you the courage, and you have a very good foresight, and I hope that we in the diaspora should limit the talking and do the action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pafro. Thank you. We have two more, and then we'll have to let Mr. Sikot take care of other activities. Let's take Roger and Comrade Bai. Then if any of our valiant Ground Zero forces are in the house. After Comrade Bai, we will give you the floor. If you want to either say something to Comrade Sikot or speak to the Southern Cameroons community. But remember, our broadcast is live. So let us be very strategic in what information we put out. So Roger I, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to thank Sikot for all the encouragement that has been encouraging everyone in the house. There are some few things that I would like to say, but I know some people will not be comfortable with it, but I have to say. One of the things that I really wanted to mention is we've been saying the government was not a good thing that we are having, but to my own way I've seen it, I think it was a good thing for us to have it. The only problem that we had, it was when the leaders were captured and we didn't have enough time to select who is supposed to be our leader. And the problem we are having is fear. We were so afraid that if in case we look for a right leader from the Northwest, the La République is going to use like an excuse to separate us more. That was the huge mistake we made. And from now onward, I believe if we can come to South Africa, go to America, and be part of who we are, break boundaries, I don't think Cameroon and La République can break us, even if in case we are going to look for the right leader that is going to lead us. We don't need to be panicking anymore to say that we need to get a leader from the Southwest or from the Northwest
so that it should suit a certain narrative. That is what I think I can say for now. I hear.
Thank you, Comrade Roger. Comrade Sikot, we'll take the last comment from Comrade Ebai, and then you have your closing remarks. Comrade Ebai.
Okay, good evening, comrades. And 30 guns salute to Comrade Sikot. Courage is the foundation of any activism. If you don't have the courage to speak the truth, then you have not yet started activism. My statements will only go not basically on what he said, but to say something about those who think they can only come to present their business plans to replace revolutionary strategies. The revolution is different from business plans because there is no straight road for any revolution. The revolution are adaptive. And fellow coordinators of the extinct town hall, is not a challenge, but I want to call for a free debate on this issue of governance or government revolution. As I said in a comment,
wait, Comrade Ebai, hold on. Comrade Ebai, unmute yourself. I've muted everybody. There was noise in the background.
Okay, thank you. So what I was trying to say is that we should not mix up issues. As I said in a comment on the chat, you don't take bad governance to kill the principle.
Well, we lost you and your network. While you're trying to get yourself ready, Comrade Sikot, I think there was Dr. Zama who could not put his hand up. So let's give him 10 seconds to make his point. Dr. Zama, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Comrade Ato, and Comrade Sikot for the wonderful expose. What I just want to remind our people, especially Comrade Sikot and our people on the ground, is the need for us to document our restoration forces and all our civilians who have been killed. We've been trying to put this campaign over the last number of years. CDN is there as the professionals who are talking with the international community. They need to have these figures and the names of all our people who have been killed. So we're pleading with Sikot, those who are involved with self-defense, those who are on ground zero, please try and send this information in so that we can document them for our diplomatic fellows to go and when they're talking, they can show all this evidence. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Zama, I don't know if you can see the screen or not. I've put up the number, the WhatsApp number for what Dr. Zama is saying is 413-591-8666. 413-591-8666. And the email is boyaamba, all one word, boyaamba @gmail.com. So again, it's boyaamba@gmail.com, and the phone number is a WhatsApp number 413-591-8666. Let us document these things. Let us not lose hope. It has now happened, though not for us, that there is a fact-finding mission, albeit the AU in Jamina. So one day we may need this information if we have a UN-mandated fact-finding mission. We don't want to be caught unprepared if they now decide that the one to give us this opportunity. Don Pacho, I think.
I'm back, please.
Okay, please let us. Okay, go ahead if you can.
Let me just round up.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, as I was asking, if there was no government, as we saw during the Skakuf, even in the consortium, not everybody supported it. There were some people who argued against the consortium. We moved from there to Skakuf. Some people still were against it. Of course, there were other groups. Not everybody supported those groups. Then when the idea of coming together on a platform where our language, which is the restoration of our independence, came into play. And I believe that using movements or revolutionary councils wouldn't have presented our case the way it did. Because for an entity to be recognized, you need at least a temporary or interim governing body. Of course, we did not say it was a full-fledged government. It was an interim government, which meant that it fell within the revolutionary terminologies. And people are just always against the idea of government without giving reasons why they don't want a government. If you don't want a government, then you want anarchy. Because you have monarchies, you have democracies, and you have anarchy. So since we don't want monarchy, we don't want government, then we wanted anarchy. And if there is no group that tries to bring groups together in an orderly manner, then we'll be vying for anarchy. Do we want a revolution to operate in an anarchy? Even the army takeovers in many countries, like in Chad, they have a committee, which is a government. So let's stop this issue of coming to always cry the government is not necessary, this and that. Let's try to fish out and condemn bad governance, because that is what is killing us. We cannot go into a new state with examples of people who are corrupt.
Okay, comrade.
I think that is very, very clear. So I still insist that we should organize a debate on this issue, and I want to be a proponent of that debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Bai. Don Pacho and Gideon Asanji, our guest has been here much longer than we had anticipated. We have to give Mr. Sikot this opportunity to do other things for the day. Maybe, Comrade Sikot, since you are in such high demand, maybe you come back to us so that people could extend their engagement with you. We don't want to keep you longer than you can afford to with us. We know you have other business to take care of. Unless you want to stay, I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think somebody wanted to say something. Thank you very much for trying to let me go. Let Don Pacho speak, and then I give my closing remarks, and it will be okay for me.
I actually wanted to talk. I don't have the opportunity to raise my hand.
Okay, go ahead, Comrade Ashley. You should have sent a text. If you cannot raise your hand, keep it short.
Actually, I'm not talking long. I just want to support what Don Pacho has said. And also, I just want to call our attention to, in fact, what we need in the struggle now is people should be giving. We should give. What I see is people are so engaged in organizing committees, this and that. The real action now is giving. Let us support our boys. Let us support our people at home. In fact, that is the spirit we have to instill. Let people learn to give at this moment. Let us sacrifice. That is my point I want to speak on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sikot.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, fellow viewers.
Chairman Sikot, forget you.
No, Don Pacho, Mr. Sikon get a busy day now.
Give me 7
Don Pacho, do I need to answer to you?
No, it's not a question, sir. It's not a question, sir.
Then
let me finish up with
you.
Continue after.
Yes.
This. I was thanking everybody that is on this Zoom international Southern Cameroon International Town Hall, and all those watching on SCBC Live, and those that will still be watching after this program. Thank you very much, and I wish that as you watch, you will take everything that is important for you into consideration and try to make a change. And those things that are errors, please forgive me. I have equally made my own mistakes within the struggle. I have also failed at one point or the other. But what matters is that we should come together, and in our weaknesses, we would become strong when we work together. And before I go, let me say something to the International Town Hall and to those that are very involved in history and those who know history. This past week, after Dr. Munzu left the program on Afrique Media, I've spoken with about 3 or 4 grandmothers, people I didn't believe were in politics. They don't practice politics, but they listened, and they were asking me questions from Dr. Munzu. They were trying to explain to me that the difference, what it means at Southern Cameroon on this day ceased to exist, La République ceased to exist, it was this and it was this identity, and so there was this or that. Please, we need to encourage those that are on ground zero, those who have the powers to influence others to appear on those programs to do those damage controls. We need to, at least people like Barrister Ashu, even if it means to give them some motivation, pay them to continue on that educational aspects. It will be very important. And people like all historians abroad need to make short videos or audios that we need to continue to send to ground zero, else they will educate our people wrongly about this history of Southern Cameroon. Thank you very much. And coming back to the topic of today, I just want to say that everything that is happening in this struggle is not by mistake. But Southern Cameroonians are intelligent people. The eyes are opened, and for the thieves and for the bad ones, the people know you. The Ambazonians, even on ground zero, they know you and they know me. They know my contributions, they know my failures. Propaganda works, but there are times propagandas fail. Many of these leaders we see today, tomorrow they will not be there. The most important thing we should do is not to concentrate on the things they do, but to look at what you can be able to do. And coming back to the fact that Ambazonia is blessed with a lot of natural resources, from coal to oil to timber, and what of you? We cannot have the potentials that we have in Ambazonia. We cannot have the level of resources we have, including the people as a resource, and then we suffer. We cannot have the type of resources that we have in Ambazonia or the richness we have in Ambazonia, and then we lack a sponsor to this war. You cannot. There should be a problem. There's a problem. Even countries that are in desert have sponsors that give them AKs. Even the Fulanis, they have sponsors to give them guns. A Fulani man that cannot eat well has an AK. How much is an AK that a Fulani man can buy? It means there is a problem. And what is the problem? The problem is that individually, I have not seen any leader in this revolution that is too strong that can contain. There is no one. Some can try to a certain level, and I believe that most of those that are in prison are the great leaders we have. But out here, including those in prison, I still consider all of them weak. And how can we be strong? Why did I even say they are weak? Just as if you are sponsored, if, for example, Dr. Sako is sponsored and given everything, can he liberate us? If a sponsor comes to him, if he comes to Ayaba, can you declare that there is a ceasefire? Can it be respected? Can Akwanga call for a ceasefire and it is respected? All these leaders who individually is strong, that people can think that if we sponsor you, the national community think that if we sponsor you, you can lead and they will not lose their investments in Amazonia. There is none, which means individually in each of the frontline movements, they are weak. The only thing that can strengthen them and make them strong is for them to build a very strong platform. The only way to get people standing by us and stand with pride and know that we will not lose and their support for us will not go in vain is for us to come from this Siseko, Sako, Ayaba, Akwanga, come together and show that we have a common focus. That is why I call on another very good platform or an alternative platform. That is the only place where we become stronger. If everybody cannot come together, if the biggest or if many, much or almost all except one or two come together, that organization becomes stronger. And that is why I gave that recommendation. Let the military men come together. Let all veterans who left Southern Cameroon and travel come together. Come again. Let the Southern Cameroon International Town Hall Coalition of Dialogue bring a platform, bring these people together, and they speak like one. Because only then can we be stronger. And when we do that, let us not also take the past of every one leader and keep ahead of us. Because even me have failed, many others have failed, and even Moses in the Bible was not used as the liberator because he was clean. In fact, he had killed. But God decided to take him into the wilderness, prepare him, and he used him to liberate his people. So I pray that all of us should look ourselves like comrades and ask ourselves that what does it gain for Southern Cameroon when you run another one down? When you tarnish the reputation of one comrade in the struggle and is unable to speak, when you destroy a movement and then they are unable to speak, their voice cannot go far anymore, what do you gain? Do you become stronger? In fact, you weaken the resolve and you waste our time, the time that we should have used to achieve independence. Let our actions be reviewed. Let this one act like a compass to many more people. We can make it, and we will, if we have the result. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Invitation, Southern Cameroonian International Town Hall. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for listening to me. Even in my own humble corner, to talk to you. Thank you. And I only promise one thing, to remain resolute and fight with others.
Thank you very much, Comrade Sikot, for having spent the day with your people and spoken to them face to face and had this very intimate, close exchange. I've not been authorized, but I think the coalition is still working very hard for the retreat, which they have promised Southern Cameroonians to bring all the stakeholders together. That is still being worked on very aggressively. And at their own time, I think they will make the announcement, and Southern Cameroonians will be very pleased by what form should be taken to do exactly what you are recommending, Comrade Sikot. We have one of our very valiant Ground Zero members who has his hand up. I would mute everybody because there is continuous noise from the background. Liberator, unmute yourself. Go ahead.
All right. I want to greet everybody in this meeting of today and give special salutation to Comrade Sikot, and equally extending special greetings to the organizers of the town hall. I am the Liberator, currently from Ground Zero. I'm so much impressed with the discussion of today, even though I came in late. But I heard a part of the discussion said by Sikot and other interventions. Normally, I want to begin straight from the last speaker, Comrade Sikot, where it might be is appealing for all the leaders to have a common platform that could make them stronger in order to sign, to be able to maybe have contracts for us to have the guns and the rest. Yeah, it's good. But I want to come in strongly here that we are falling short of maybe thinking that when these people come together, they will easily have contracts. You see, companies sponsoring war, they are doing this thing on business. And the best people to guarantee them, like collateral, are the fighters on the ground. So instead of always preaching as if only maybe Comrade Sissoko, Ayaba, until they come together, that's when they can have contract, revolutionary leaders emerge from the battlefield. And I want to believe any day that Ground Zero itself will bring up their leader, that will be the leader that all of us have to focus, and that will be the leader that can easily get us into contract with any company. People at the diaspora, they are playing their part. But if we want to play the part of a defense role at the diaspora, it will not go. So we should do everything possible to encourage the fighters on the ground to see the necessity of them coming up with their own leader. When they have a leader on the ground, it becomes very easy for us to have sponsors that will sponsor us directly, because I will not say everything on this platform, because right now there are companies abroad contacting fighters on the ground. Perhaps they are not even being so to the various leaders that you have mentioned. They have been on the ground, instead of people have been on the ground on specific locations to see if they can tap resources. But these things are not made known to any of these leaders that we have mentioned. But these are made known to fighters on the ground. So this is to tell us that we have to encourage leadership on the ground. Now, again, while one of our brothers said about government, this and that, I believe at this particular moment of the revolution, we should gear all our efforts not on government again, but on the revolution. Yes, because I want to believe that Ground Zero actually supported the initiative of us having a government, not as a government in quote, how normal countries have their government running. Ground Zero supported the initiative of government because they saw it as a unity platform. Ground Zero, civilians and the fighters, everybody loved the idea that people should come together. But little did they know that many people who assume positions in the so-called government will actually behave as if we have already achieved the country or we have won the war. So there is no need of us to encourage anything again like in the name of the government. Fidel Castro, they fought, they didn't have any government. So instead of us always thinking of maybe pushing this idea of government and the rest, we should see how we can put resources together, support this revolution, especially when it comes to defense. We should not be waiting on the international community or certain countries to come and give us independence. We have to prove our ability in the battlefield. We should be thinking of taking territories and controlling them. That is when even the international community will see us serious. They will take us seriously because we cannot sit even a village we don't control. Then we think that only the government will form and the rest. No. At this at least we have been into this revolution for about 4 to 5 years. So we should learn at this moment that the highest tool that we can use to achieve our independence is defense. Why diplomatic work go at the backstage? We do it that way. Now, problems on the ground, actually, I want to congratulate anybody, both on the ground zero or diaspora, who have taken out their time to see that they solve problems on the ground. I want to, first of all, appreciate those who are on the ground, the fighters, because the level of problems on ground zero have actually reduced, drastically reduced, as compared to maybe 2018, 2019. The problems now, they have reduced. Why? Because these fighters have started coming together, not even started. They have already reasoned that the best way to pursue this revolution as fighters, irrespective of the group and the affiliation, is for us to work together. Today, it is very easy for us, like the problem happening in Batibo between the GTA and the ADF. It is very easy now for us to intervene into that problem to solve it. Why? Because we interact with everybody. So I want to actually appreciate people who genuinely, because until you speak the truth, you can never have a solution to a problem. There are people at the diaspora who instead call the fighters behind and indoctrinate them so badly, give them bad doctrine against other groups. But there are genuine people there in the diaspora who call these guys and say, no, I know you are working with me, but this thing that you have done and this, no, is not good. Or you people on the ground, see how you can solve this problem by yourself without inviting us. And that is the best way to go. Because sitting at the diaspora and trying to solve problems with the concern defense, you are instead, it will be like you are adding more wood into the injury. So us on the ground, we can better handle those problems than those at the diaspora. And I really want to say that those who are at the diaspora calling these guys on the ground not to yield to the advice that we give, I believe all these things will have a day of reckoning. Yes, there will be a day when everything, all of our activities, actions will be brought to book. We shouldn't forget even what we tell the fighters. You are a general today, you are a fighter today, because you are holding a gun in your hands, you begin to maltreat civilians the way you like, you must answer them. And because of this cautioning, now many of them started realizing that no, the best way to pursue this revolution is to make sure that you do it in the right way. Now, the last thing I will say as a way forward here, many of us, I know the confidence, the trust of continuously giving into this revolution, raising funds, has actually died. The trust has died to an extent. And maybe because of few individuals who have embezzled money over and over and over again, while fighters are dying on ground zero. But we cannot take that and limit and we just take a decision that not to give again because we are embezzling money. Rather, we should do things differently. Instead of continuously giving money to them, why not find a direct source on the ground to give money? Because I want to believe giving money to leaders or movement, they are acting as a middleman. We should try to eliminate these intermediaries and send money directly to fighters on the ground. It will go a long way to change things on the ground. Many people are happy the way things are happening now on the ground. I know many people have already claimed the victory on social media. Oh, Sako will come and say this by forces. But they didn't spend a dime in any of those attacks. We shouldn't forget that we on the ground, we raise money from the communities. We shouldn't forget about that. There are people, even within, I will not call them their names, who sponsor even more than the way we think. So when attacks happens on the ground like that and people rush to social media, hey, you have done this, but to be very candid with you, even a dime in their pocket, I'm not going to. I hear how many people say that Amber World Draft is working. To be very candid with you, nothing on the ground so far as Amber World Draft. What we saw on the ground as the World Draft was the camouflage in the form of uniforms. They bought in the 1st October celebrations last year. Those were the things they bought with the Amber World Draft. That to this date, fighters are even regretting why they even took some of those uniforms to wear them. That's the only thing. So all the missions, everything that is happening on ground zero now, especially now, nobody should deceive anyone that any leader or any movement in diaspora, they have a hand in it. Those things are raised by fighters themselves on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liberator. I don't know if you can see the screen or not. We are sharing the Cash App and the Zelle numbers and email. Anybody who wants to contribute. If there are any people who want to take advantage and have any questions or concerns or remarks for our boys for our valiant defenders on the ground, this is your opportunity. First, Liberator, I want to thank you and congratulate you. I think now there is heightened concerns in Yaoundé for the work you guys did this last weeks. We condemn, and I think people are now aware of all the jokers out there who were trying to steal credit for what you guys are doing, putting your lives on the line and trying to use it to scam Southern Cameroonians. What is important for our people to know is that when we are directing resources to the wrong people with all the glaring evidence, it means that we are also guilty of what we are accusing them of. Because there are some people who are giving money to this government or drafts or scams because they want to also go back and wear stripes on their shoulders. I am connected, I am in the government, I gave, I did and that. Because it also makes them feel important. It also boosts their ego. So a lot of people are continuing to give money to the wrong sources because those sources are making claims, and by them associating with those falsehoods by donating, they themselves get a kick out of it. So it's more of that inconvenient truth about our human nature that we want to feel like we belong. We are important, we are heroes. And so we keep fueling the wrong people, and yet we keep complaining. So the guys on the ground who are not afraid, who have been to this town hall, it's not the town hall, who are using every opportunity to interact with Southern Cameroonians and answer questions and take responsibility and challenge anybody who wants to deny the truth of what they are doing. We think it's the AMF, and that's why we welcome the town hall with or without notice. That's why we put out their information, because they are out there, they are doing the work, they have the evidence, and they bring themselves to the scrutiny of Southern Cameroonians to answer questions. So I thank you, Liberator, I thank all our guys who are in the house, and we are behind you. We are unapologetic. Self-defense is a right, and we will go down with you guys. We have to go down. So thank you very much. Okay, go ahead. And then we'll go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I just want to appreciate the team that governs this house for consistency, for real work being put behind the scene, so that our revolution can have, a right direction. Now, going to the Liberator and every one of them on ground zero, you guys know your place. Your place is on the right hand side of God Almighty. What you are doing is a sacrifice that only true heroes can, give, because you are giving your life and that of your family to a cause, as others are staying in diaspora freely with their wives and family and living fat out of your sweat and blood. But trust me, you made a statement that there will be a time for reckoning, and yes, there will be a time for reckoning. One very important thing I wanted to make concerning some people talking about government and all that is that it's not about the government. We can have whatever we have, but if we are not organized, if there's no transparency, if there's no point of putting checks and balances, if there's no organization, all those things in place, we will not go anywhere. It doesn't matter if we call it a government, it doesn't matter what we call it. The most important thing is we need to have a body that is one, that speaks for us. Not that A speaks today, tomorrow B says the opposite, and then the next day Z is saying the next thing. I think that is the most important thing, and I believe that is a goal of this house. And they have done that before, but most of the leaders backed out. I don't know how far they've gone, how far you guys have gone, but I think we cannot wait for too long. We need to find a way and get these different groups together, and if they cannot come together, we need to find a way to be able to sustain our voice on the ground. We don't need 1 million of them. We need dedicated few. I think we can move mountains with a dedicated few. Other than that, I'm very glad for the work you guys are doing. Ground Zero, we are right here supporting you every day, anytime, until freedom comes. That's our responsibility, and we will die for it together. Thank you, Grandfresh.
Thank you, Comrade Gideon, for that support of our guys and the thoughtfulness of what you said. I don't know if iPhone, his hand has been up, he was not able to unmute himself. If not, Don Pacho, then Comrade Edmond. Don Pacho, go ahead. All right, Don Pacho is not there. Edmond, do you want to go ahead? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Don Pacho, they always try to come before me. Now, my try come before you. Yeah. Anyway, really, the Liberator, and this is just to you and the heroes on the ground. We cannot say, there is nothing enough that we can say. The thank yous that we say they are not enough, because we don't have words to express that appreciation. It's sometimes one becomes a little conflicted as a moral person, as to why we actually even get into a situation where we would have to kill our way to freedom. But, it's just sometimes that there is just no alternative. And we just have to remind you that the last few weeks have really made me quite happy. Not quite happy just because of the new tactics that you people have adopted, but the fact that throughout all of this, I'm not seeing any civilian, hearing civilian casualties coming from our own part, coming from our heroes. I always remind us that we must know why we fight, and that we are fighting for freedom. We are fighting, for a just cause. And if we fight for a just cause, there is just absolutely no reason why, where we have to engage ourselves into, some kind of hurtful practices that would end up hurting the same people that we are struggling to fight, that we're fighting for. We're not talking here about some kind of unintended consequence. I mean, like some unavoidable consequences, circumstances that may happen. As some have actually eloquently said, that in the end, a harmful truth is better than a useful lie. But I just want to urge you people to really continue with that. And I can tell you, talking to everybody that I know within my circles, and there are many, everybody seems to have their head on their shoulders now, looking and saying, yeah, no more kidnapping, we're hearing things now, seeing the ground now that are like, for the right reason. There is a boss for the right reason. And remind people that what we are trying to do here is not violence, is not a means, it's not an end unto itself. You guys are using it to get the enemy to come to the table. And I really like the fact that if you guys can make sure that you continue to do that, just maintain that spirit, that idea that yes, even the enemies, even the enemies themselves, if they don't come to our territory, we're not going to go after, you're not going to go after them. So at the end of the day, this is defense, this is self-defense. The solution to this problem is just quite simple. Let them call for dialogue and pull out the enemy from our territory. And let's have a conversation. We are humans, and we need to have a conversation on how our people are governed. So I thank you guys quite honestly, quite sincerely. But there is something I always also want to really make sure during this period, I really urge you guys to also make sure that everybody with a gun in their hand, everybody who has died, everybody who has fought on this liberation, who has fought along with you guys, and by meaning along with you guys, I don't mean just the people who have fought in your own camps, but anybody who has fought in this Amazonian struggle, we must make sure that we get their names, get everybody, their families they've left behind, because at the end of the day, Amazonia will not know any peace until the people who are fighting currently have an alternative way of making a life out for themselves other than the barrel of the gun. All these tools that we are actually using now, they can come to hunt us, and they will. We will spend time struggling to diffuse them, but that would go through just making sure that, first of all, we give the people, the fighters, an opportunity. And we can't give them an opportunity if we don't even know who they are. So we really just need a lot of statistics, a lot of complete documentation, not only just about the victims of the war, but particularly the people who actually have guns. Where are the guns? Who has the guns? Who are the fighters? And this must really, truly be documented. And if you need help, please, I think Amber Farmers has actually, and the group, they've been talking about this. We need to collaborate to take this information and pick it up, and we use it seriously. And thank you again very much for that you people do. And we would be there to support as long as the cause is the right cause, as long as the cause is the just cause, because ultimately we want everybody to live in freedom. And our Kubin must understand that there is only one thing. We are not going to be, they will continue to be our neighbors, and we want good neighbors. We want prosperous neighbors, and we want to have good relationship with our neighbors. Therefore, the only thing we want is for them to call on the government, the tyranny of La République regime in Yaoundé, through their paymasters in Paris, to call for a negotiation, so you people can then put down the arms, and we can do what is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edmond, for that brilliant advice to our boys and support. As Dr. Edmond mentioned, the good thing about this last 2 weeks, at least from our end, they have been very surgical in their new approach, and we have not lost any civilians as a result of mismanagement of the new strategy. And I think that also gives our communities a sense of security. As the AMF and others are fighting to this kidnapping issue, we are displaying on the screen the 1-818-572-4603 number. If you are on ground zero, they are all WhatsApp numbers. And the 202-505-2061 is for the diaspora, because as Comrade Sikot said, and many of us know, some of the crimes being committed on ground zero are being engineered and commandeered from the diaspora. And some of their thugs on ground zero actually wire this money or get the victims to wire the money. And the town hall has made contacts with very senior has made very high-level contacts in the US with prosecutors who have asked us to gather the evidence. We need the evidence. If you have ever sent money electronically, you have a receipt. Who sent it and who it was sent to. If you have recordings, if you know anybody in the diaspora, we know some of the people, but we need the evidence. It has been classified as an international criminal syndicate. So they're going to go after those in Europe, after those in America, wherever they can find them. So please, if you have this information, we need it. We need those who were kidnapped, when they were kidnapped, who they were kidnapped by. If you have the phone numbers, if you have the recordings, please, when people from the diaspora call you and tell you to commit crimes, record calls from the diaspora. If you wired money, send us the receipt of the wiring. Those are footprints they cannot deny. The banks are going to cooperate. They will get the orders from the judges. They will get the electronic transaction information. We have the contacts. All they need from us is to gather the evidence and bring to them, and they will prosecute. If you want to remain anonymous, you will remain anonymous. But we need to prosecute these criminals. They are using fear and threatening people they have extorted. That if they hear about their extortion, they will come after them or their families. It's all fear, it's all nonsense. By the time they will start picking them up, they will be begging you not to cooperate instead of threatening you not to cooperate. So please, the numbers on the screen, let's use it and let us free ourselves of these thugs and thieves. So let's take, I see Don Pasio and then Ignatius. Don Pasio, are you there? Okay, Ignatius, go ahead. Let me lower Don Pasio. I think
No, please, I'm somewhere that is noisy. I will come in when I'm free, please.
Okay, put your hand up again because I lowered your hand. I thought you were gone. When you come back, put your hand up. So, thank you for letting us know. Comrade Ignatius, unmute yourself.
My hand has been up, I just can't raise my hand, sorry.
Alright, after Ignatius.
I think that please just give me about 5 minutes. I was going to walk. I am in the metro. When I get someplace where it's quieter, then I will intervene. Sorry.
Okay.
Don't give me 5 minutes.
All right. Go ahead. Alan, over to you.
Okay. Again, I think that we've been talking about this. Getting together, collaboration, and I think a lot of stuff is falling on the town hall to be the meeting spot of the pioneers based on their platform and based on what they have to bring to the table.
Alan, you are not loud enough.
Okay, how about now?
Still not loud enough.
Still not loud enough. I'm doing on my microphone here. How about now? Is that okay?
Yes, that's better.
So, like I was saying, we have been witnessing or talking about collaboration, getting together, and these are all great words. I think what we've not discussed or yet laid down, especially when you listen to what Comrade Sikot said, is how to do it. One proposal I've always had this proposal before, and I keep on bringing it again. Yeah, just as you can see, the improvements that are going on Ground Zero right now, there's a reason for that, right? Right now, if you notice, we are not having too many new groups popping up, because a lot of things have been either done already, redundancy, or people are just, as someone would say, fatigue. How about we come up with a plan? We'll collaborate together with the town hall and isolate those various organizations or groups, or even I would use the word lightly here, government, but I would still refer to it as another group because it has followings, it has people who are also Southern Cameroonians. How about we get all these people and look at the strength of what they have brought to the revolution and be able to target them specifically for particular things? So if we form, let's say, for example, a revolutionary council, okay, where everybody sits at the table as an equal member of that council, and we can be able to bring forth into the council or to the people what we have learned, our techniques and our strengths. Because again, it's been proven, like if you listen to what Comrade Sikora just said before, There is no one leader that can stand up today and govern the people of Southern Cameroons with majority support. It doesn't yet exist. But together, collaboratively on that table, it does exist. Now the question is about bringing the people to the table. And if somebody were to refuse, even if it's a person, one or two, we cannot we're not able to bring everybody. If one or two folks say, no, I don't want to join that, then the Southern Cameroonians know for sure that these are the kind of people who are against progress for the people of Southern Cameroons. And I think somebody made a reference to a biblical aspect, and I'll do the same thing too. That story in the Bible where there were two people who claimed to be, two women that claimed to be the mother of a particular child, and I think it was King Solomon who said, okay, let us split the child in half, and then that solved the problem. And the true mother was willing to give up her half, quote unquote, to save the life of that baby, and that's how you were able to tell who is the true leader. I'm saying this because in the sense of this whole idea of government, we'll have 2 or 3 governments. We even have a couple of other ones that were created before even we got ourselves into this chaos. A true person who is standing for the people of Southern Cameroons will put the people first, put the flag first over the government or whatever your group is. And I think that this has to go side by side with also educating Southern Cameroonians as well. A lot of people are just following like sheep because, like you said, the one title, the one name. But you know what? Those people, I want to believe, are still in the minority. And they may sound loud now because the majority of us have, for some reason or another, chosen to be quiet. But not anymore. I think a lot of us are coming out now and we're beginning to do things to move the revolution forward. So my proposal is, as we discuss about coming together and collaboration, what we have to do, in working with the town hall, is to itemize or to sort out what each individual group brings to the table. What are those pluses that each group brings? For example, what does town hall bring? What do the CSOs bring? They should also have a seat on that table. What does DAC bring, for an example? What does the Bank of Amazonia bring? We as a people can determine that. We don't have to wait. We don't have to ask them. No, we as a people, we already know what these groups do. What does the ADF bring? Not everyone in the ADF is quote unquote evil or wrong. There are some good people on the ADF. There are some good people, or a lot of good people on the AMF. There are some good people, believe it or not, in the IG, be it IG1 or IG2. There are some good people there. The question is what if you claim to be a government, when you turn behind and find out that you're not leading anybody, you're not a government anymore. So I think we have to do this from 2 perspectives. Show the people what we've done, all these different groups and people come to the table and show what you've done and bring your history and your background. And together on that platform, we can now come together and say, okay, this is the people's platform. How are we going from here? Because now we have brought together all the different groups or all the different things that the people have brought together in that particular perspective. I think that that's what the plan needs to be, especially in 2021. And the more that the AMF and others are beginning to make things go forward on ground zero, the more people will be to be focused on. So I yield for now, but I think there's something, some sort of a round table. I don't know what we want to call it, but the problem with the terminology of government, that where government is working with a hierarchy.
While losing your voice. Wait, let me mute everybody.
Okay.
All right, mute yourself if you want to round up.
The fundamental problem about government, right, is because it's the fact that once you say government, you mean there's a leader, there's a head, there's a president. If there's a president, there is a vice. If there's a vice, there's a secretary. And once you start to do that in the revolution, it means that somebody is here and somebody is here, unfortunately. And that is, I don't care what government it is, that is problematic, okay? Now, when you talk about a revolutionary council, it's a different story because you are the same thing that we're asking a republic. Why can we not set the example? We're talking about going to go and negotiate with a republic on an equal table, on a table that we are all considered as equals, and we're talking across the table. How can we get to that level of discussion with a republic if even among our own selves, as Southern Cameroonians, we cannot even do it?
Good question. Thank you. I think that's very, very good food for thought. While we are waiting for Ignatius and Don Pacio, I just want to make a very short announcement here. If you please bear with me. I don't know if I'm sharing my screen. No, not yet. Where is this? the civil societies which Comrade Alem just mentioned have been working very hard with our suffering people on ground zero. And the civil society had said from its inception, November 28, 2020, that they'll be bringing reports, quarterly reports. It took a while because a lot of the projects by the end of the first quarter, which was end of March, one of the big projects was just beginning because of the season, which is a farming project. So we couldn't come out this month or last month, yesterday April ended. But since that project is now up and running, next town hall on the 15th of May, the civil society will be doing a presentation to Southern Cameroonians and especially to the donors of what the money they have been collecting has been going towards, what the results are, present a financial report, take questions. The motto of the civil society is transparency, accountability, results. So the civil society wants to live up to that motto. So there will be next town hall. In the meantime, you can still go to the website SCCS Southern Cameroon Civil Society Network.org. It would redirect you to the donor page, and we continue to support our people. Internally displaced, wounded fighters, welfare, refugees, what have you, our detainees, the pregnant women in prison, those with babies in prison, all across the board. There is no discrimination or separation. So that's what they are doing. It's been done by Southern Cameroonians. They've taken the initiative to help our people. There is no bureaucracy. There is no government or council or whatever. It's civil society coming together to do what they do best. So next town hall, please inform Southern Cameroonians. There'll be promos going out. They want to present the entire basket. They've been calling it one pot. So they'll be bringing the entire activities of the pot A to Z to next town hall. So please let's meet on the 15th for that discussion. I see another hand up. Mama Kilo has her hand up. I don't think Ignatius and Don Pasha already. Mama, go ahead. Or was that a mistake? Okay, maybe the hand went up by mistake. So if anybody has any other thing, we had a discussion today on our calendar about the AU and Southern Cameroons not being recognized. We had a speaker, but he got a last minute engagement. He couldn't make it today, so hopefully. But if we want to stay and discuss that subject, we can discuss that. We know that on the 29th, day before yesterday, the AU arrived in Jamina for a fact-finding mission. Maybe because the chairperson of the AU, I forget his name, the guy from Chad, maybe he wants to help his country bring peace. Maybe that's why they hastened and did this. I don't know. I'm just supposing. We have had a war for 4 years. There hasn't been any regional activity in Southern Cameroons. And maybe part of the problem is just what we have been discussing today. The way we are conducting ourselves. Is there somebody they can talk to? If they want to go into Southern Cameroons, is there somebody who can call a ceasefire and it will be respected, at least for the most part of the territory? Is there somebody whom they can say, okay, you go out and talk to your people and tell them this and bring us what they say? We don't have it. We're so divided and fractious, yet we complain when nothing is happening. If we look even at Chad, there are many armed factions in Chad, but when it came to fighting a government they thought was oppressive, they all came out under fact. And they are fighting as fact, which is a liberation movement of different forces in Chad, northern Chadians and those in the south who have escaped into Sahel. The same thing in Tigray. there are not many forces fighting the Ethiopian government. There is the movement for the liberation of the Tigray people who have one force fighting for them. And so it is easy for the President of the United States to send an envoy because they know who to go and talk to in Tigray. It is easy for the AU to go to Jamina because they know who to go talk to. Fact. Why do they have to come to southern Cameroons and be talking to 13 different factions? It's not going to happen. So part of the problem is us. Are we speaking with one voice? Are we together? Those were the questions for a year now. Professor Lumumba has asked us, and we conveniently refused to answer. So we can have that discussion today, or we can have it when our guest is ready to come. The floor is open. Mama Kilo's hand is back on. Dr. Edmond, your hand is on.
Yeah, Mama should talk. No, Mama, okay. Mama should talk first, so I can.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, so I would let her talk first before I can go if she wants to talk.
Okay, Mama, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, it's me. Guys, I'm using Mama's phone because she's in the Dr. Wana's funeral, and I'm having to use her phone because she's using my laptop. Okay. So I'm so sorry. I disguised myself. This is Mama. Me. This is Yakilo. Yes, I'm Yakilo. No, Mama's. I don't know that Mama's. I cannot. Yeah.
You cannot use up. Yes.
I cannot take Mama's place. Not today, and not for a very long time. I was actually trying to respond to two questions. One has to do with the issue of government, because I don't think our people really realize the implications of having a government when you're living in another person's country, the diplomatic problems that poses for us, because it's really a big problem to have that government when you are not a sovereign state and you are living in somebody's country and you're claiming to be a government. So I wanted to take that, and then to take the issue of the AU and the international community's slowness to react to our situation. It has something to do with the way we are organized, but it also has to do with the fact that our conflict is very new and that we are located within what is considered a sovereign country. So you have to give time for the sovereign country called La République du Cameroon to show overtures of actually resolving its so-called internal problems. And I think I was talking to Ask Question the other week, a couple of weeks back, and I mentioned this fact that, when you have families of countries, you have families in a community, like an international community that we are, people don't just rush to enter into your family to deal with your family's internal matters. When your children don't go to school and they see them, they know they don't go to school. When you slap your woman, one day she shows up in your neighbor's house, the neighbor doesn't come and say, okay, get out of this house, pack your bags, and da-da-da. They don't do that quick action. They have to wait, and that's why recording the actions, the activities, the atrocities, and putting them on social media is good for us, because it shows the international community, shows everyone who is listening that there is something that is going on in Cameroon that is not right. That man, head of household, head of family, is unable to manage the affairs of his family, and then the international community can actually come in. But when they come in and there are too many wives and too many cooks and too many stories, then it becomes very, very discordant. That is why one of the things we were trying to do was to put out one story out there about our situation that goes to everybody who wants to help us, who wants to hear us. So putting our story out there as one and everybody using it is good. And also coming together, what the CDN is trying to do, coming together, bringing the leaders together so that we have the go-to people to resolve our problem, to speak on our behalf, to sit around the negotiation table, to give conditions for the negotiation to happen. Because we have to also say, we will negotiate on condition you do X, Y, and Z. And that is the big ask of our list of things that we are asking the international community to do for us. So I wanted to address those two things. On the part of having a government in the diaspora living in a sovereign country is diplomatically, it is not good. You cannot live in somebody's country and you call yourself president of another country. There are all the diplomatic statutes that go with that, which is very dangerous if you don't have them. So if you're calling yourself, I am vice president, I'm president of this, and you know, when you arrive in a country with all the diplomatic accoutrement, as the French would say, that's diplomatic language, with all that, all the carriages, all the things that go with the status, you present yourself to the head of that state or to the person who has the same diplomatic level as you in that country. So if you are president of Amazonia, Joe Biden or Donald Trump should know you, and you should, have, and you cannot move into somebody else's country and just stay there forever. That's why every time Paul Biya goes to Switzerland and he's in Intercontinental, after a while it becomes a nuisance. He cannot stay there for too long. He must go back to his own country where he is head of state. So you cannot be head of state and you're living permanently in another person's country. Those things are not right. And so just having a government when we are still in the struggle, as far as diplomacy and sovereignty goes, unless we are on our own territory, then we can do our government thing. But if you're living in somebody else's land, you cannot be doing, your government, your diplomacy and whatever. It cannot work. You cannot be a president and you're going to go meet with senators and you want to go meet with, and there is not that diplomatic exchange formal that has been, you're not recognized. It's not correct. So those are the things that I wanted to raise. And we can have more discussions, more in-depth discussion of this, but I just wanted to give those points. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, for that education. I think it is something that we need to have on a broader scale and maybe on some SCTV discussion, because a lot of our people need the information, a lot of our people don't know, and a lot of those who are propagating this government thing continue to misguide or misinform, or they themselves don't even know the implications. And there is this false impression out there that if this government, if this named government is dropped, it means that the group will be less potent than they think they are. So there's a lot of insecurity around that name which is not fitting. But I think our people need to really be educated, and we should have the open mind to accept objectively when those who are experts and know what they're talking about lay it for us. We don't have to just keep on saying that, well, we can do what we want. We live in a global world where there are ways things are done for those around you to even want to deal with you. If we want to do it our way, then let's not ask anybody for anything and just be our own. So I think, we will try to arrange for a real discussion, a real platform where our people can be educated on this, and maybe like Comrade Sikot was recommending, we will come back to where we were before this whole government came out. Either this Kaku for the governing council or whatever it was called before. Thank you. Dr. Edmond.
Yes. So, thank you.
Moderator, can I put on my hand, please?
Yeah, let me.
Okay. when Dr.
You want to go before me, since you can't put up your hand, I can.
No, just go ahead after you, please.
Okay. So, two things I want to touch on. First, let's talk about the AU, the non, the non-interest in our struggle. I think I agree with you, but the extent I want to go on the external force, which is actually we know that the AU currently is controlled by France. Unfortunately, that is the case. It's more of an extension of the French, of the Francophonie. And that has made it quite impossible, to anything that doesn't serve the French interest in Africa. It's really the AU doesn't pick it up. And to the extent that they pick it up, they would do some lip services. This has been it's almost like it's something that is known to almost everybody in the who is actually watching the African problem. And to the extent that if you look at the Chadian situation, yes, it's because France is directly involved in this. The true interest of France is in the interest of France for the regime to another for the regime's son to maintain power in Chad, and France would have to actually now rush in to convince the AU to rush in and come up with all these meaningless suggestions or things to cover up all their criminality. So in case of in Cameroon, it's the direct opposite. In the case of Amazonia, because you cannot go in, nobody can go in genuinely and come out without actually, concluding the fact that there've been quite some very, very egregious human rights abuses in Cameroon. Nobody can go in and come out without really ascertaining the fact that it's our right. That is, self-determination is our right, and that our territory is under occupation. And once you do that, what you are saying to the French is that La République has no business there. And then the dominoes begin to fall all across Africa. Once the Ambazonia self-defense, it becomes a reality. And this is not something, France is not going to go quiet. And that's the problem. That's the number one big challenge that we have in Africa. So in other words, the AU is really not a sovereign organization. It's a proxy for the puppet masters in Paris to control and maintain what they will call quote-unquote stability. And when they mean stability, what they mean by stability is to allow a stable environment for them to continue to extract the resources of Africa and plunder its people for the betterment of the folks in Europe. So that's what it is. So when it comes out to the government issue, I really don't. We'll talk about the diplomatic implications. I'm not. She's much more qualified to talk about that. I'm looking at it purely from our own, how does it serve the interests of the Amazonian people? And it doesn't really matter what you call it. The question is the spirit and not really the letter. Probably, yes, terminologies may matter. But the thing is, how can you talk about you being a government and you are here in America? You just ask anybody who tells you, first of all, that they are government of Amazonia, and ask them and say, okay, in America, how many Amazonians are here? How many other local Amazonian organizations or communities have they actually tried to create, to foster, to develop in this number of states? If anything, they've tried to destroy every functional Amazonian organization that they met. Any one that actually was not, except the ones that actually acquiesced to them and are ready to continue to lick their boots. So I would just urge us to really realize now that COVID is about giving us a little bit of leeway. Let's think a little bit differently. And the way I would think about it is that ultimately we need to build different local Amazonian communities in the different states or in the different regions. And out of these are the places where the representation of a new Amazonian governing council, New Amazonian Diaspora Council in the United States would be. That would then would do the same in Canada, do the same in England, and eventually get a much bigger, broader Amazonian diaspora movement, which every region should actually elect its representative. And out of that, then we can then begin to talk about whatever name we want to give it. That is actually a functional system, a functional organizational structure that would really be able to have the leadership would be in sync with the led, and from that we can then begin to talk about a stable, a functional institution or a functional body that would allow us to be able to merge with the advocate for things here in the diaspora to help our people and eventually build the civil societies that we want. All of these things that we're talking about, interim government, this for me is a show. It's just it's a distraction. But I think it's a waste of our time struggling to actually like go around, to fight them, or maybe even to. I think we should really we should really be thinking about how do we form an alternative, more balanced and more and a structure that would actually stand the test of time and be more useful to us. Thank you.
Ato,
yes.
No, I know I'm so. I just want to respond to something that Dr. Edmond was saying about the AU and to explain about the regional groupings of Africa. The AU is at the top, but you have 5 regional groupings in Africa that relates with the AU, and all the countries, all the 54 countries in Africa belong to one of those regional groupings. And France has its influence in the West Africa group and the Central Africa group, but more so in the Central Africa group than any other group. France has relations with the North Africa group and not really with the East Africa group, except the country Djibouti. That is there because it has a base in Djibouti. South Africa grouping, France has no relationship with them. Nothing, It's just the UK and the Portugal that have Mozambique and Angola. Otherwise, the region that France influences the most is the Central African group. So please let us not mistake the Central African grouping, the ECAS group, for the AU. Because the AU, yes, it is a weak group. It has very, friendly relations among the heads of states. So they each support each other and they don't want to go against each other. But within the regional groupings, North, South, East, West, and Center, there are 5 of them. France has the most impact on the Central Africa group. And so you're right when you say that the Central Africa group, where all the countries are Francophone countries, except for the 20% Anglophone population of Cameroon, France controls, very, very tightly controls all of Central Africa. So I just wanted to just explain the level of the relationships with France and all of these countries. In North Africa, there are 4 main countries in North Africa. 2 of them to the east are Egypt and Libya are Anglophone. And then to the west, you have Morocco and Algeria. But Algeria doesn't really have those close ties because it's more sort of a socialist. And then you have Tunisia and Morocco that are more French than Algeria. So when you look at the countries in detail, you will see that the relationship with France is stronger among the weak, fragile states of Central Africa. That's where France actually does all its, I would say, all its theft, all its control, whatever it does. The countries of Central Africa are all Francophone, except for the 20%. And that's because we are such a minority. We really have to move out of that French region and move over to West Africa, where we have countries that are our peers with the English, like Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. So with that, it is in our interest to really come out of that really bad zone of Central Africa, where from Chad down to almost Angola, you have countries that are all of them Francophone countries, and all of them very, very weak, and France is exploiting those countries to the maximum. And so our appeal should be towards West Africa rather than within ECAS, because nobody is going to even listen to us. That's why our issues can never be taken up by these weak countries of the ECAS region when France is in such control of them. But there is something that we can do if we really can get together and speak with one voice. Whoever emerges as the person that wants to talk to us, we have to look at the resolution 684 again of the United States, where it says we go multinational, multilateral. Multilateral means we bring other countries together, and no country should be talking to us to prepare any mediation on their own. They should be in a group of countries, and that is how we can get the best out of being in that very, very weak Central Africa region. I rest for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that further enlightenment. Comrade Ignatius, thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, considering what I've been saying, some speakers have come and said that we need to identify those unfortunate fighters who have lost their life and they have family and the rest. And we will know that there is no other way where we could do that better identification other than going through our various villages on ground zero. That is why these our village associations are very important to be integrated in our revolution. Number two, we also see that this village association had been structured. They had existed before our refighting, and they still exist up to today. So we better make use of structure that exists and that are working. So I strongly support that. We really need this our village association and see how they can be integrated in this our struggle, and that will help to take care of all those our fallen heroes, because all of them come from the village or the other, or even if they are fighting at a particular location, that location is in a village, and with the village association they will take a split of a second to identify all our fallen heroes if we already associate our village association into it. Because even if somebody from a village A in the northern region is fighting in village C in the southern region, his own village people are around there, and they can always know that, even though this guy was killed, he is from this village, and so we can easily identify that. And so strongly think that we must do everything in our favor to associate this our village association, because they had existed. And if you go and look critically, the collection of funds by this village association from the beginning of this our struggle, I can bet you, if you combine it all together, it will far exceed what like Kakuf and other our revolutionary guys have been collecting. This village have collected more money, more funds than all this combined together. And so, but the problem is, the leaders of this village association think that they have the power, and then they don't want to relinquish those power, and so they begin to indoctrinate the followers from the various villages that, no, we should be non-partisan, we don't need to support this thing openly and all those type of things. But if they advocate for the lives of our people as they started, then why not cater for their lives now that they are even in more serious trouble than when things were imposed at peace? So I would enjoin all of us who are in this town hall meeting, bit by bit to them, we will succeed. And when we get them involved in this thing, even all what we are talking about, the diaspora, it would end.
because by the time that they realize that we will be helping all those our foreign people only through the villages, because even within village association, they don't operate under any government. They do not operate under any government in the tribe. They were operating basically as people from the same village or area joining their resources together to help the people of that village, irrespective of any organization. And so, because a foreign soldier from my village is a foreign soldier.
We lost you, Comrade Ignatius.
Yeah, so that is
Well,
so I've end.
Okay, sorry, your network was in and out towards the end, but we got your point. I think what you're talking about, the communities, unfortunately, some of those village associations, those villages have been burnt, and some of those communities, have run into the bushes. But I think that's what our fighters told us on the ground today. They are working with the communities, as they themselves said. 80% of their support comes from the ground. There's a lot of things they cannot reveal because of retribution from La Republique. But believe you me that there is work going on to mend the relationship with the communities. And I think it's something I would relate. I don't know if Amba is still in the house, but I think you're right. That's a route for them to go to try and get this information they're trying to get on our fallen heroes. But yes, to your point, Comrade Ignatius, there is serious work going on to fix the relationship and support our communities. Like they said, you heard the director say, crimes have gone down, they have reduced. There is still sporadic kidnapping. Some of them engineered from the diaspora, some of them are just thugs and thieves. They have been able to do their operations without killing or injuring the people. The people have been warned, been told when to avoid certain areas. I mean, things we cannot discuss here. But yes, there is work going on to get our communities back together.
Hey, moderator, let Pintem talk. I think you probably
yes, thank you.
What Comrade Ignatius was saying. Let Pintem talk, and we can come back on that point.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Dr. Fondem, are you there?
My hand has been up to.
Yes, please, I'm here. I just wanted to.
Okay, Alan, after Dr. Fondem, you go.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to raise something, but something came up about the village associations, which I would like to quickly say something. I think that the village associations, as Comrade Ignatius has said, have been very, very fundamental to some of the financial organizations that we have seen in the liberation struggle. And if you would observe clearly, these associations, while moonlighting as cultural organizations, have had secret love affairs with structures deemed to be government. And they have the leaders of some of these cultural associations have secretly participated in the expansion or the spread of nepotism within our liberation struggle, and even pretended or abated kidnapping that we see. So to the extent that some of them have been involved in either negotiating, getting people to pay ransom, and encouraging people to pay the ransom so that they can be released. So these tribal associations have so whatever thing we want to do, we should try as much as possible to prepare a framework that will enable. I'm saying it because there are some of them in this meeting. They come to listen, they don't participate, they just listen and they take the information back. So our people need to realize that we are getting to a point where the time will come when we will name people and they will be responsible for some of the setbacks that we suffered in this liberation struggle, and which brought untold pain and hardship to our people. That is just one. Then the issue of government, as Jan has said, is sufficiently illuminating. But the point I just want to make is based on my interaction with people in the international community, just to corroborate what Yas said. The people who have relationships with La République, for example, they sit in the United Nations, they sit in the African Union together, and other international multilateral encounters, would tell you that this La République is our member. So if you don't coordinate yourself in a particular way, you will never be able to give us the opportunity to bring this matter up with La République. Because entertaining you as a government, when we already have La République's ambassador in our country, makes it difficult for us to be able to relate with La République. If you talk to most of these people in foreign chancelleries, they will tell you very, very confidentially and honestly that we cannot relate with you as a government. But if you have a different stature, we can meet you publicly, knowing that we want to find out what is happening. And so most countries or most liberation movements or organizations that were able to build that traction use that particular path to eventually get whether funding, backing, or anything that they needed to be able to come to achieve their goal, the goal for their people. And it is also important for us to know that the profiles of some of these so-called presidents and people in heads of government that are in La République have been thoroughly investigated in the international community. These are people who they have secret services, they have the means to talk to people and gather as much information as they want. And when they discover that somebody has a profile that is inflated with sponge or that has foam in it, they begin to wonder who these Southern Cameroonians are. They can't even vet who their leaders are, and they want a country of their own. When this, anything that is a deceit, that is a deceit. Once the international community lays hand on it, they just, they shove you aside. So those are the kinds of things. And then, worse still, the so-called, when you find a structure that calls itself a government that sustains itself on or with money derived from kidnapping, that's a terrorist organization. It is a terrorist organization, and the inability of Southern Cameroonians to be able to come to terms with those kinds of traits and characteristics and activities and take a firm stand or be decisive about them also will definitely make people in the international community to wonder what we really are out for. Some people may not say it, but once you start having meetings at certain levels, they will interrogate you on your knowledge. Do you know? And that's where you realize that they're actually talking about some of those things. And lastly, for a government to exist, there is a possibility for us to have a government if it was a government that was overthrown. A legitimate government that was overthrown could become a government in exile. That is where somebody in the diaspora, a country agrees that they will host them and they continue to exist as a government. But in our case, we are not a government in exile. It is just something that people have fabricated to be able to have a firm grip on our people. They're extorting from them, they're stealing from them, and I think that the clock is ticking fast. It is time for our people to do what is needed to be able to put an end to this charade. Mr. Moderator, I rest.
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Thank you very much. It's now the top of the hour, about 3:58. It's now about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m. back in Ambazonia. I think we have debated very well today. Sorry, Alan. Sorry. Go ahead, Alan. I will not do that to you.
No, that's okay. I think Dr. Fontaine and Dr. Edmond already pretty much took a lot of the words out of my mouth. I just wanted to say that I know that some people are still piggybacking off of some of the progress and that the revolution had, especially when we had Sisiko Itabe. I just want to remind, again, let's go with the facts. I want to just remind people that, unless I'm wrong somewhere, I think that a lot of the progress that we had at that time was not when Sisiko Itabe was president. I think it was prior to that, right? I think that's one of the problems started to happen when we had this idea of presidency and beginning to call people president and ruling carpets and everything else. Again, we also have to make a choice. We have to come to a conclusion somehow. If we want to be like Somali, where we get our independence and we say to hell with the international community, then fine. We move forward and call it cahoots. But if we don't want to be an island and we want to be recognized by the international community, then we have to play ball with them, right? And just common sense, again, I think Dr. Content just mentioned it prior to me going up right now. Why do you think that none of our governmental figures or none of our quote-unquote interim governmental figures have been able to have a decent conversation with, let's say, any person in government in the United States? Why do you think that none of them have been able to work? How can somebody like, I want to say, let me just say for lack of a better word, someone like Tato Eric or somebody else walk into the Senate and have a discussion with Karen Bass or something? But somebody like, say, Sako cannot have that kind of conversation with Karen Bass. I mean, how do you think it looks like in the eyes of the international community that, okay, yes, we met the president of the interim government and we're going to... The U.S. cannot do that. And I think many other countries cannot do that either. So, again, we have to... But see, Dr. Conte, you made a point, but I think that we're preaching to the wrong choir. Again, I do not fault members of quote-unquote IGs, right? What I'm trying to say is that we have not done enough, or correct me if I'm mistaken, we have not done enough to educate the followers of those IGs. That is where the problem is. It's not so much, nothing prevents me from waking up tomorrow and being president of Amazonia as well. I want to be president of Amazonia. And I can have my wife, my children, and maybe some people in the dark community. Yes, and I'll also be my own president.
President of Africa.
Tell you, I even go to Libya and go to Friday against me, and guess what? I'll have support. I'll have support. So nothing prevents doing that. But this is the problem. The problem is that how do you sustain such a quote-unquote a government? What we should be discussing here also is how to discourage those kind of things. Okay, when somebody embezzles, what have we done? Not a single case of anybody who has been accused of embezzling funds have we seen any punishment by the Amazonian people. Talk about the U.S. courts or the German courts or that kind of stuff. They are slow to grind. I understand that. What have our people, what have Amazonians, what have Southern Cameroonians done to those that they know or believe to have stolen funds that were supposed to be meant for the revolution? Back in ground one or ground zero, black legs, they're cutting off their hands and taking their lives away. Black legs, or people that they claim to be black legs. But we have people sitting in this country who have embezzled millions, or so have been told to be embezzled millions, and not even a hole has been put on their tires. I'm not advocating for violence, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is that we need to go back to the broad of educating our people, because so long as you have people that say, hey, hey, salute, president, oh my man, how do you roll a red carpet to somebody in New York because you say president? How do you expect the other Southern Cameroonians who have probably put in twice as much effort as he has to feel in that environment? Once you start saying government, you are putting a hierarchy, you're putting it. By you saying government, it's like going to school and saying, okay, you are first in class, you're second. If you are first and second, there must be a last.
Like me.
So I'm the last Coco. What is my encouragement to do? When somebody who has just woken up from sleep has woken up and they're calling him president, that give him a vehicle, that give him a house, everybody, including the so-called president, should be also, if I'm sacrificing my talent and my time and my effort for free for Southern Cameroons, then so be it for the so-called president as well. Lead your people by example. Nobody has got my house, nobody has got my car. Why? I mean,
Mr. Moderator, please, if I just want to help Comrade Allen, there's something that he said that we have not sufficiently educated followers of these structures called government to be able to open their eyes to reality. We all knew how, we all agree that in this same town hall, some of them come and sit, they carry the information, they go. After everything that we do as education, they go, they're the ones who do audios, they insult us, they play sound bites from the town hall, they use it to make a mockery of us, and so on and so forth. You see, one thing that these guys are thriving on is blackmail. That is, there are people in the United States from whom they are extorting huge sums of money. These people from whom they are extorting huge sums of money are, they make their donations incognito. And these are the same people who travel home from time to time. And for you not to, for your identity not to be exposed, you have to keep giving that money. Otherwise, we'll expose you and say that you have been giving us money, and then you stop going home. So those are some of the things. They blackmail quite just a lot of people. They deceive some. They are. If you go to a place like, if you go to a state like Alabama, there was a time that they collected money from people. And it became a fight because they asked for a receipt. They refused to give a receipt. So the money ended up in their pockets. They got another group of people and told them that the head of the IG was going for a diplomatic visit in some other country, and that they had already sent their passports or visas and whatever. People contributed, some communities contributed $10,000, this one $8,000, $5,000, $4,000. When they eventually met in DC, they were asking, we heard that people were supposed to travel, how was the trip? Firstly, some of the people whose names were cited as being part of the trip did not even know about the trip. And then eventually the issue of the money just disappeared. So you see how people have created a giant fraud. They have created a huge scam. They have blindfolded people. They have used force. They coerce them, and they are squeezing them and extorting at very terrible rates. So please, we have done our part. We'll continue to do our part. There isn't a day that you won't come to the town hall when it meets. There are people here who have made the town hall a regular feature of their lives. They even called to find out some days when they think that the town, it has one week is too long, they called during weekend to find out, hey, are we not having town hall today, whereas it is supposed to be the next week. So we will continue to make ourselves available. We will exchange opinions. We will share our views. The little we know, we will put at the disposal of our people. Together, we will continue to bring people who can educate, sensitize, and enlighten us. And we believe that at some point, the wise will realize what is good for them.
Mr. Moderator, yeah, just quickly, Mr. Pintem, I think I tend to agree in the middle. I'll be in the middle with you, but I also agree with Alan. Somebody said if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And so if we think that we've tried too much, in terms of educating our people, we just need to turn around and look at what is happening. I think we're moving the needle, in a way that for some time now, the money, the money flowing to these people is drying up. And that's why they keep coming up with all of these kind of ridiculous new strategies. But we just need to press on that advantage and have people really understand, what the implication of this thing called government is. And I think one of the things that actually bothers me is really not much about the people who donate their money here. If you decide to be stupid, as somebody said, that if you make yourself monkeys, then bananas will eat you. I mean, if you make yourself bananas, monkeys will eat you. So if you decide to be stupid enough to give your money to scammers out here in the diaspora, people, then that's your problem. But the real problem that I have with this their scheme is the impact it's having on our people back at home, whereby when they then take this money in their quest to actually prove or maybe camouflage that they've done something good, they then go and pitch these young men who are fighting valiantly at home. They then pitch them against their own brothers, and they go and commit or maybe expose them to unnecessary risk, and they die. And this is where I'm having my own three issues with this. And I think that one thing that you said about the community organizations, which I kind of like have a little bit of a different view, and I say so because I belong to some, and I've actually used some of those to, raise money for the struggle. It's like the problem is not really that a lot of the village organizations or the cultural organizations have been aligned with certain groups. To be honest, I don't think that that is the case. We have to distinguish those cultural organizations, the real cultural organizations that people affiliate in based on their tribe of origin or whatever you say. But we need to dissociate that from the so-called LGA by LGA. So I think that that's the one that you're talking about, which has actually been infiltrated by some of by some of these scammers. So the normal, regular cultural organizations, which I think is actually the strength of our strength when it comes to the glue that really glue us together. Because it doesn't really matter where you go to. You see that most of these cultural organizations, if you look at most of the money, look at the World Bank statistics and see how much money they tell you actually goes home as home remuneration. And I know, being from the BLM and the various different groupings in the BLM, there is so much money that is actually poured into the community, even right now, for the IDPs, into and also really using it for other things, to help people, contributed by all members of the community, irrespective of where you belong. But there is you then have the so-called the LGA. Those LGAs are the ones that have actually they constitute a very, very small minority of the cultural organization. Members of the cultural organization, and these are the places that have been infiltrated. So I just wanted us to make this distinction. So as we try to think through how we are going to be able to build a new society, a new structure. We know which are the paths that we can actually trace, and which are some of the paths that we need to avoid, or maybe take a little bit more time to study the issues before we make recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. I thank everybody. I think at some point we have to call it a day so that people can go. And then there's the prayer session coming on later this evening, so people could go rest and spend some time with family. I think it will be broadcast on the Town Hall Facebook page for those who don't have the link to join Zoom this evening. So if you don't have the link, you can just go on the Facebook page and follow the tonight's prayer for those who are believers and Christian. And I would like to thank everybody and tell you we'll have a big rendezvous next Town Hall. It will be very exciting, it will be very interesting. We are working on a very, very exciting program. And the civil society will also be on hand. And we thank you all for today, first day of May. For our people back home who cannot enjoy Labor Day, just rest home on Monday. Sunday is Monday. Monday is a holiday. Enjoy your long weekend. With that said, I would like to call on somebody to officially move the motion to close this 35th edition of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall. And a secondment, please. So somebody...
Mr. Moderator, I move a motion we end this edition of the Southern Cameroons Town Hall.
Okay. And who would second that? Can somebody second, please? I don't think I can, or am I allowed as a moderator?
I second.
Okay, thank you, me. All right. So thank everybody. We are officially open and closed. And we will leave the floor open. Anybody who wants to moderate, Matango House is welcome to do that. Otherwise,
the prayer link is in the chat room.
Okay. I didn't see that. Thank you, Dr. Pontem. The prayer link is in the chat room, and we call on people to join. Dr. Pontem, remind the house again. It starts at 11:30.
Amber time.
which is there are 5, which is 8
p.m. time at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, 6:30 Eastern time. So in a little bit over 2 hours. Okay. All right.
It's going to be very short but very intense, and we would like that people take part. We need to. We're already beating them physically on the ground. It is time for us to also beat them spiritually, so that anything that we do physically is consolidated spiritually.
All right. In that case, since we will be using this platform for the prayer at 6:30, we'll probably end this session online so that we could start preparing the. We have to use the network anyway. So we'll keep this open till about 5 for those who want to hang around. Then at 5 we'll shut this down and then reopen it on the different meeting ID for the 6:30 prayer. So thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Where is Don Patrick?
Don Patrick, don't sleep.